Chapter 1681. He didn't seem to think that it was beneath him to do such a thing. Yu Qingyun didn't think so. In fact, in his eyes, he only cared about what Gu Xingyin thought. He didn't care what other people thought. Yu Qingyue didn't expect her brother to do this. After all, Yu Qingyun didn't say anything. She thought that they were here to congratulate Gu Xingyin on her birthday. But then again, it made sense. With her brother's perverted possessiveness, how could he bear to wait until Bei Yi was an adult and regained her identity as a girl? Even if he couldn't take her, he would at least mark her as his own so that no one could covet her. It had to be said that Yu Qingyue knew her brother well. Everyone, including Yu Qingyun and Yu Qingyue, was waiting to see how Gu Xingyin would react. Mo Zhongliang and Gu Xingyin's grandparents didn't say anything. Over the past year, they had all heard about Gu Xingyin and Yu Qingyun. They had objected to it before, but now they could only say that their children and grandchildren would have their own blessings. As an adult, Bei Yan had the right to make decisions for her own future. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Xingyin finally moved. She slowly reached out her hand and gently placed it on top of Yu Qingyun's raised hand. Okay. Yu Qingyun was overjoyed. Almost immediately, he put the ring on Gu Xingyin's finger. Then, he got up and hugged Gu Xingyin tightly in his arms. This was what he wanted to do from the moment he entered the room. The people around them applauded as if to congratulate the young couple. After a long while, Mo Zhongliang had no choice but to step forward. He cleared his throat and interrupted the couple's embrace. Mo Zhongliang felt very helpless in his heart. Today was clearly his daughter's birthday party, not their engagement party. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the primary and secondary arrangement? But no matter what Mo Zhongliang thought, he had achieved the goal of this birthday party. After that night, the entire business world of Chuannan City knew that the mysterious eldest young master of the Mo group was not the eldest young master but the eldest young mistress. The most amazing thing was that on the night that the young mistress regained her identity as a daughter, she received a marriage proposal from the crown prince of the Yu family. People paid more attention to the latter than the former. After all, the Yu clan was much more powerful than the Mo clan and had conflicts of interest with many other clans. Yu Qingyun was also very satisfied with this. Because from now on, he could openly hug her, kiss her, and be jealous when other men tried to get close to her. No one else was more qualified than him as her fiancé, wasn't it? Gu Xingyin's birthday party was held during the summer vacation. A month later, she entered a new school to study. The seniors of University S expressed their heartache. This was because the quality of this batch of juniors was very high, especially in the finance department. It was said that there was a new junior whose looks could kill the female celebrities in the entertainment industry. That junior had only been at University S for a short period of a month, but she had successfully defeated all the seniors and competitors in the same batch and successfully ascended to the throne of the campus belle. However, before the seniors could put on a handsome pose and prepare to have a romantic encounter with the junior, a thunderous piece of news came out of the blue. This new campus belle already had a boyfriend. No, to be precise, she had a fiancé. Chapter 1682. Gu Xingyin helplessly looked at Yu Qingyun, who was holding her hand. In just a month, the entire school knew that she had a fiancé. Everyone who knew her name Gu Xingyin knew that she had a fiancé. If one were to say that Yu Qingyun had no part in this, she would not believe a single word. Noticing Gu Xingyin's gaze, Yu Qingyun smiled. He knew what she was thinking. You're not happy. Gu Xingyin shook her head. She wasn't unhappy. After all, after Yu Qingyun did this, her side became much quieter. But, you don't have to be like this. She helplessly looked at him. Yu Qingyun turned around and hugged her. He put his chin on her head and gently sniffed the refreshing fragrance of her hair. At this time, the two of them were by a small flower bed in the school. The environment here was quiet. Although there weren't many people, there would still be people passing by occasionally. But in the university, it wasn't rare for young couples to hug, so the students would at most take a quick glance and sigh at the appearance of the two protagonists. Yu Qingyue softly sighed in her ear. I know, but I just can't wait to let everyone know that you're mine. In that case, those brats wouldn't keep having ideas about his people. She didn't know how angry he was when he first came to this school to look for her and saw those youthful boys looking at her with infatuated and passionate gazes. And fear. He was angry because someone else coveted what belonged to him. And fear because he felt the gap between the two of them. For example, age. He was about to enter his 30s. She was indeed young. In the school, she would constantly meet outstanding boys of the same age. The young master of the Yu family, who had always had a card up his sleeve, had a rare look of worry. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in the relationship between the two of them, but that he wasn't confident in himself. Yu Qingyun shook his head and bitterly smiled. He never knew that one day, he would use the word lack of confidence on himself. He cared too much, so he worried about gains and losses. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his palm. It was Gu Xingyin's hand that was holding his. Then, the other party's fingers twirled and interlocked with his. He couldn't help but use some strength to hold her hand firmly in his palm. His body was cold, so every time Gu Xingyin had physical contact with him, he would feel extremely warm and satisfied. Qingyun, you shouldn't be like this. Gu Xingyin lifted her head from his embrace. She looked straight at Yu Qingyun. You should believe in me, and believe in yourself. Gu Xingyin tilted her head. Let me ask you, if one day you find out that I've changed, that I'm not as good looking as I am now, or that my personality has become violent, will you stop liking me and leave me? Yu Qingyun shook her head. No, I will never leave you. He didn't know why he would say such a thing. But it was this kind of words that seemed natural, as if it was the right thing to do. Loving her had become an indelible part of his life. Then I'm the same, Gu Xingyin said softly. Yu Qingyun's heart trembled. Gu Xingyin just continued, I'm the same as you, Qingyun. No matter what you become in the future, what will happen between you and me? She used her other hand to cover her heart. Here, the original intention of loving you will never change. Chapter 1683. Yu Qingyun's Adam's apple moved. He called Gu Xingyin's name, Beiyan. But he didn't know what to say. Gu Xingyin patiently allowed him to hug her. It was not until a long time later that Yu Qingyun spoke again. Beiyan, let's get married after you graduate, okay? Okay. For years passed very quickly for many people, but for others, it was very slow. To Yu Qingyun, this was undoubtedly an extremely difficult period of time. He had made all the preparations in the past 4 years, and he was only waiting for his bride to fall into his arms. Yu Qingyue dressed herself up and looked at Gu Xingyin beside her. She said sincerely, Beiyan, you're so beautiful. Yu Qingyue felt that Gu Xingyin was finally going to marry her brother. This day had finally come. She was the bridesmaid of the bride. Her brother was afraid that the bride would be nervous, so he specially asked her, a good friend, to accompany her. Yu Qingyue had long been used to her brother's behavior of having a wife but not a sister. Fortunately, it was Beiyan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. Looking at Gu Xingyin, who was dressed up and sitting on the sofa, Yu Qingyue opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, You're really beautiful today. There was no one in the room at this time. Yu Qingyue leaned in front of Gu Xingyin and whispered with a smile, My brother has been holding back for so many years. I'm afraid you're going to charm him to death today. Gu Xingyin glanced at Yu Qingyue calmly and didn't say anything. This girl had always been trying to make fun of her and her brother. Most of the time, she was slapped in the face by the two of them. Seeing that today was a joyous wedding day, Gu Xingyin decided to let her go and not argue with her. Yu Qingyun was wearing a well-ironed suit and holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. He stood there quietly, waiting for the person who was about to hold his hand for the rest of his life. Some female guests were standing by the side and watching the scene. When they saw his handsome face, they blushed and whispered to each other. These years, rumors about the crown prince of the Yu family and his fiancée had been circulating in the upper class of Chuannan City. Everyone knew that the crown prince of the Yu family treated his fiancée like the apple of his eye. Such a handsome, strong, and affectionate man was the most attractive to women no matter the time. "The bride is here," someone shouted. Yu Qingyun turned around and looked at the person she cared about in her heart. Her father was holding her hand and walking towards her. Mo's feelings were complicated at this moment. His daughter, the pearl in his palm, from today onwards, he would personally hand her over to another person. From then on, there would be another man who would replace him as her father and become the most intimate and important person in her life. To dote on her, pamper her, protect her, let her live ssssmo, sssazzzzzz, ants to, s to live to, tss. Yu Qingyun knew that his father-in-law's feelings were probably complicated at this moment. He just held Gu Xingyin's hand tightly and promised her father, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll protect Baiyan's S for the rest of her life. I'll let her be safe and happy and be the happiest woman." Yu Qingyun held his wife's hand and the two of them walked to the end of the red carpet. His grip was firm, and his step was steady. Their lives in the future would be just like this path, steady and smooth. They would keep walking. Chapter 1684. Gu Xingyin returned to the pure white space. This place was no longer the pure white space. She used her power to create a house, land, and spring here. It was like a new world. There was even a small green figure flying between the spring and the forest. It was the little kingfisher. Seeing Gu Xingyin open her eyes, the little kingfisher seemed to be very happy as it flew towards her. Gu Xingyin spread out her hands, allowing the little kingfisher to rest on her palms. It even stretched out its small red beak and pecked her twice. Gu Xingyin could not help but laugh. "I don't have anything you want to eat here." After sending the little kingfisher away, Gu Xingyin said to the system, "Let's go to the next mission world." The system was surprised. "Host, you don't want to try?" Gu Xingyin shook her head. "I still have self-awareness. With the power I have now, I can only walk a short distance in the space crack and save my life. It is easier said than done to truly transcend it." The system was silent. It just did not think that the host would be able to analyze this point so calmly. Regarding the space crack, the system knew a lot more than the host. It also knew that with the host's current power, there was still a long way to go. "Begin the transfer to the next world." "Yes, host." Gu Xingyin was now very used to the dizziness she felt when she was transferred to another world. She calmly opened her eyes. When she saw the situation in the room, she was stunned. This was a very large and bright room. She saw that her room was densely packed with things. There were ordinary animals, strange creatures, and even a few people. What is this situation? Beginning the transmission of the plot. The system's voice rang out. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes and felt the information transmitted by the system. When she opened her eyes again, there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes. She slowly stood up. At this time, she realized that she was wearing a large black cloak. The hem of the cloak even extended to the ground. Gu Xingyin walked up to the animals and reached out her hand. It was cold and hard to the touch. These things were not living creatures at all. According to the plot transmitted by the system just now, Gu Xingyin knew that the original owner, Dean, was a puppet master. In modern society, there were very few puppeteers. At the very least, Diane had never seen one before. Dean didn't know about her family. She was adopted by her master, who was also a puppet master. She was raised and taught her the art of puppetry. Then, when she was 12 years old, that gloomy old lady lost her life. Diane had been living in this desolate mountain. The puppets in her hands would capture prey for her and maintain her vitality. There would also be some people who would come to visit her and ask her to do something for them. They would also pay her a generous sum of money. Diane, who didn't have any concept of good and evil, did things based on her heart. She had saved people and taken people's lives. In the eyes of the small group of people who knew about her, she was an extremely eccentric person. Diane didn't know what kind of ability she had, but after Gu Xingyin sensed it, she gasped. This body, according to the cultivation world's saying, was a Yin girl born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. This kind of body was the easiest to condense the power of extreme Yin and cultivate some evil techniques. She could also achieve unimaginable achievements. Chapter 1685. The so-called puppet technique that she practiced was to use special materials to refine puppets that she wanted. Then, she would use spells or other mediums to control these puppets for her own use. Because of her physique, most of the puppets that she refined carried Yin energy. In the human world, it was an extremely ominous thing. Moreover, if Yin energy was condensed endlessly, it would be possible for it to condense its own consciousness in the right time and place. Of course, such a situation was so rare that it was almost negligible. But coincidentally, there was such a puppet beside Gu Xingyin that had condensed Yin energy. It was her mount, White Tiger. White Tiger was her early creation. At that time, her master was still alive and gave her some ancient books to read every day. She happened to see the legendary White Tiger that suppressed evil energy. It was funny when she thought about it. The puppet formed by the Yin energy was actually called White Tiger. But no matter how strange it was, she had such a puppet that had developed its own consciousness. White Tiger was fierce by nature, but it had a natural closeness to its master. It was almost the only companion that Di Yin could pass the time with. Back to the plot. The female supporting character in this world was called Qin Qiqi. She came from a very powerful family. Qin Qiqi was the second daughter of that family, but she was a very ambitious person. She had an older brother. According to the family rules, the first successor of the family in the future was her brother, not her. Naturally, Qin Qiqi was not satisfied. She heard about Di Yin's existence from somewhere and came to see her in person with a big gift. What she asked Di Yin to do was to create a puppet that could absorb people's vitality. Then, slowly and defenselessly, she would let her brother die. Di Yin rejected her. The reason for the rejection was not that Di Yin felt that this matter was not good, but that Di Yin did not like the arrogant tone in her words. Qin Qiqi obviously did not expect that Di Yin would reject her. She continued to pester endlessly. In the end, she was driven out by Di Yin in a very embarrassing manner. Di Yin had always done things according to her own wishes. She would not look at other people's faces, nor would she care about other people's feelings. Because of this, Qin Qiqi harbored hatred in her heart. Later on, Qin Qiqi found an evil sorcerer. It was said that he was a tame head sorcerer from Thailand and Malaysia. Her elder brother had fallen down inexplicably when he woke up early in the morning and became a vegetable since then. Qin Qiqi, who had successfully become the successor of the family, began to deal with those who had offended her. The first to bear the brunt was Dean. At first, she wanted to kidnap Dean, but Dean's puppets were not to be trifled with. After suffering countless losses, Qin Qiqi decided to go all the way. She found a group of people and burned down the entire forest where Diane was located in the dead of night. Diane died in the fire that lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. She could have left, but she couldn't bring her puppets with her. Diane never cared about the thoughts of humans, but the puppets she created were her family. Since she couldn't protect them, she might as well accompany them. Life and death were not that important to Diane. Gu Xingyin quietly finished reading the plot and fell into silence. Strictly speaking, a person like Diane was not a bad person. She had never harbored malice toward anyone, but others were not willing to let her go. Chapter 1686. Looking back at the time, Gu Xingyin found that Dean had already rejected Qin Qiqi at this time. In other words, the seeds of conflict between the two sides had been planted. Qin Qiqi was a narrow-minded and vengeful person. Gu Xingyin would never think of turning hostility into friendship with her. Thinking about it carefully, this period of time happened to be when Qin Qiqi found the foreign witch doctor to perform the black magic on her brother. She didn't know if it was successful or not. Chen Qiqi would not let her go. Gu Xingyin thought at this moment that she had to take some precautions in advance. She looked at the room full of puppets in front of her. These things were not as horrible as Gu Xingyin had imagined before. On the contrary, they were lifelike. Even the small animals looked a little cute. Gu Xingyin looked at the doll that had not been fully formed in her hand. Among all the puppets that looked like human children were the most powerful. They were also the puppets that looked like dolls. Whether they were used to pray for blessings or curses. Gu Xingyin didn't know the origin of this point. However, it was written in the secret book that she had been practicing, and her master had always taught her this way. Gu Xingyin looked at the doll in her hand. Its facial features had been formed, and half of its body had been formed. Obviously, Dean hadn't finished the rest of the work. At present, it was only the first step. Generally, the appearance of a puppet was the most basic. After the appearance was done, the puppet master still needed to draw charms on the body of the doll. If the puppet master wanted a better effect, he could even take a drop of his own blood and drip it on the puppet. This could make the puppet master and the puppet closer. The powerful puppet master could even connect his mind with the puppet and control the puppet with his consciousness. This doll was originally made by Dean as a housekeeper at the request of a person. However, Gu Xingyin didn't want to give it to that person now, because that person was a very cunning and sinister real estate developer who had even killed several people. Dean did not care about these things, but Gu Xingyin did not like such people. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Xingyin put down the half-finished product in her hand and planned to go out for lunch. After she walked out, she realized what kind of place she was in. This was a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There was only one exit leading to the outside world. The house Gu Xingyin lived in was a wooden house with simple decorations. On the other hand, the puppet house she was in was different. Dian had spent a lot of effort to build that house. He used some special materials to ensure that there would be sufficient brightness regardless of day or night for her to refine puppets. System, skill extraction, Gu Xingyin said to the system as he walked. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the blood breed talent skill, bloodline power. Gu Xingyin was puzzled. Does this mean that I can obtain the power of the blood race? The system replied, no. Gu Xingyin was puzzled. Then what does it mean? The system explained, this so-called talent skill means that the host's bloodline now contains the host's own power. And the blood that contains the bloodline power will have a greater effect in some aspects. For example? Gu Xingyin asked. The system gave an example. For example, in this mission world, if the host adds his own blood to the puppet, there might be an unexpected surprise. Chapter 1687. Gu Xingyin roughly understood what the system meant. So, this skill can make my blood valuable? She didn't know whether she should complain or not. Forget it, let's find something to eat first. Thankfully, although Dean lived alone in the mountains and forests like an ancient human, the house still had modern facilities. Gu Xingyin was quite satisfied with this. She walked out of the door and a black light flashed on her body. A huge white tiger appeared beside her. This was the white tiger that had developed self-awareness. The white tiger's situation was due to the excessive amount of yin energy in its body, which gave rise to power and self-awareness. In other words, it could be said that the yin energy had become a spirit, and this white tiger puppet's body could only be regarded as a carrier. Therefore, this white tiger already had the preliminary ability to become a spirit, such as freely changing its size. When there was nothing to do, the white tiger liked to become small and hide in Dean's pocket or sleeve. Even if those who did not know the reason saw it, they would at most think that it was a lifelike figurine. At this time, the white tiger whimpered and rubbed its big head against Gu Xingyin's robe. Its intention was obvious. It wanted Gu Xingyin to climb onto its body. Gu Xingyin reached out and patted the white tiger's big head. She refused, I don't feel like moving today. White tiger, can you go and find me something to eat? The white tiger probably had the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. It could understand Gu Xingyin's words, but it had not cultivated to the level where it could speak human language. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, the white tiger whimpered twice in a low voice. Then, like a gust of wind, it ran into the dense forest not far away. Gu Xingyin was not too worried about White Tiger's safety. As a puppet, White Tiger's combat power was stronger than that of an ordinary tiger. At the very least, its fur was almost invulnerable. No wild beast in the entire forest could bite through it. Seeing a small river not far away, Gu Xingyin walked towards it. In the reflection in the water, Gu Xingyin saw the appearance of this body for the first time. White, pale, extremely white. The young girl in the water's shadow seemed to have no color on her face. Her skin color was extremely abnormal. However, her lips were a thick purplish color. It wasn't because of her rosy lips. It was as if she had a serious illness. There was no emotion in her deep eyes, as if she was a beauty made of porcelain. In Gu Xingyin's words, if a normal person saw Dean's appearance, they would probably think of two things. Firstly, this girl had an extremely serious and incurable disease, and it seemed like she would soon die. Secondly, he was an avid fan of medieval Gothic style, or rather, a cosplay enthusiast. Especially with the dark robe on Gu Xingyin's body, she looked like a dark witch. However, this appearance, in the eyes of normal people, was extremely tempting. She was like a poppy in the dark. Everyone knew that she was dangerous, but there was no way to stop themselves from being attracted to her and falling for her. Even from a woman's point of view, Gu Xingyin admitted that Dean's appearance did have an extremely evil and fallen beauty. It was very tempting. This was not only because of her appearance, but more because of her identity as a woman of Yin Hour. A woman of Yin Hour was a great tonic for any man. Chapter 1688. Gu Xingyin stretched out her hands. Her hands were as white as jade, full of luster and beauty, but they did not carry the aura of a living person. On her slender fingertips were long purple nails. These nails were very beautiful. If they were discovered by nail art enthusiasts, they would probably excitedly ask which shop could make such a good result. However, Gu Xingyin knew that these nails were not only beautiful, but also dangerous. She gently raised her hand and pinched the branch of a big tree that hung down next to her. She curled her index finger and gently scratched the leaf. The full green leaf quickly withered and turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it lost all its vitality. Gu Xingyin let go of her hand and looked at her fingernails again. The yin energy lingering around her could turn any part of her body into a deadly weapon. Fortunately, these unpredictable forces could be controlled by her, so Gu Xingyin did not have to worry too much. White Tiger came back quickly. The prey it brought back today was a kid. When the prey came to Gu Xingyin, it was already dead. Gu Xingyin looked at the food and thought carefully. Dian could only cook 2 dishes, roast and boil. And her cooking skills were not good. According to the memory Gu Xingyin received, saying that her cooking skills were not good was actually a compliment. Dian's cooking skills could be said to be terrible. Fortunately, the puppets did not need to eat, and Dian herself was not particular about the taste of food at all. She only needed to fill her stomach. Gu Xingyin did not want to treat her taste buds badly. Lin Sanjiu cut off 2 lamb legs with a knife, washed and skinned them. After everything was done, she went to the house to find some seasonings that Dian had never used before. One of Dian's previous clients had specially contracted for all her daily necessities. Unfortunately, Dian could not use it at all. Gu Xingyin looked at it. Well, fortunately, it did not expire. She made a fire, grilled the lamb legs, and slowly brushed honey and various seasonings on them. She began to think about the mission target. According to the system's feedback, Chen Qiqi had already made a move on her brother. The original successor of the Chen family was now in a vegetative state. As for Chen Qiqi, she was busy fighting for power with various people in the family. There was still some time before she could secure her position as the heir. Gu Xingyin now had several methods. First, he could make the first move and kill Chen Qiqi before she attacked him. However, after thinking for a while, Gu Xingyin gave up the idea. Chen Qiqi's black magic master was always by her side. Gu Xingyin didn't have anything close to her, so it was unlikely that she would succeed. Unless he went to the imperial capital in person. However, the imperial capital was the Qin family's main base. Gu Xingyin was afraid that by that time, Chen Qiqi would have already taken control of everything. Secondly, he had to find a way to remove the curse on the eldest son of the Qin family. The Qin family's eldest young master was not mentioned in the storyline. She only knew that he was 23 years old and was a very powerful man. The reason why he fell for it this time was because he never believed in such unorthodox methods. At the same time, he was not prepared for his biological sister, who had the same father and mother, to make a move on him. If the Qin family's eldest young master woke up and found out that it was all his sister's doing, the Qin family would probably become lively. With Chen Qiqi's methods, she might not necessarily be a match for the Qin family's eldest young master, who had been raised as the heir since childhood. Chapter 6. The male lead should be getting thicker soon, not White Tiger. Continue to ask for more votes. The more votes there are, the more energetic aloof branch will be in writing. See you later. Chapter 1689. Gu Xingyin slowly rotated the barbecue rack in her hand. She was thinking about all kinds of things. Done. A strong aroma came from the barbecue rack. Gu Xingyin sniffed it gently. The white tiger lay quietly beside her. Gu Xingyin looked at the white tiger with some regret. After all, it was a puppet. It was different from a real life after all. In this situation, if the white tiger was really a beast, it would probably jump up and eat the meat. Gu Xingyin slowly cut the meat with a clean knife and chewed. It tasted good. After eating the whole leg of the lamb, Gu Xingyin wrapped the remaining leg with a clean leaf and prepared to eat it for dinner. She walked to her big room. The half-completed puppet doll was still lying there alone. Gu Xingyin planned to finish it. It was also because Gu Xingyin had already accomplished so much. Otherwise, Gu Xingyin did not intend to continue. She had thought about it. She would not make so many puppets. After she finished the puppet doll in her hand, she would go to the capital. Instead of waiting for others to come to her door, it was better to seize the opportunity and make the first move. Anyway, Chen Qiqi was not a good person. Gu Xingyin would not bear any burden because of it. Puppet dolls were different from clay sculptures and so on. His four limbs were separated and refined with special materials, and then pieced together. This way, it could ensure the flexibility of the joints. As for the special materials, Gu Xingyin only knew that they were collected according to the ancient books. Some materials with very obscure names were refined with a very special method. The finished product refined in this way looked similar to porcelain. It was smooth, delicate, and very beautiful. However, the degree of hardness was completely different from porcelain. Take the white tiger for example. Basically, if it fell from a height of dozens of meters, the possibility of the white tiger being crippled was not high. For Gu Xingyin, who received Dean's memory and had the invincible system, refining the materials and carving the appearance of the body was not difficult. The key was the runes at the back. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake. If there was even the slightest mistake, this puppet would be completely destroyed. Gu Xingyin quietly looked at the porcelain doll in front of her. He looked very small, about the size of a person's head. His skin was snow-white, and his face was delicate. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was wearing a silver-white ancient-style robe. He looked no different from a normal child. At this stage, the doll would probably be a very beautiful piece of art. Perhaps someone would spend a lot of money to buy it for their collection. Gu Xingyin took a deep breath and decided to wait until nighttime. He would wait until the moon was out and the yin qi was thicker, then he would draw the runes and condense the yin qi on his body. She got up and realized that after sitting for an entire afternoon, her entire body was stiff and sore. Gu Xingyin glanced around the large house. Looking at all kinds of humanoid and beast-shaped puppets, she felt lucky that this place was always brightly lit. If she suddenly entered such a place at night, she would probably be shocked. When she went out, the sun had already set in the west. Gu Xingyin went to pick some edible mushrooms and used the remaining mutton to boil a pot of soup. She put the mushrooms into the soup and heated up the leftover roast mutton leg for dinner. Chapter 1690. The woman's eyes lit up. Really? The man's face darkened when he heard her questioning tone. He snorted coldly. What? You don't believe me? The woman sensed his displeasure and quickly smiled. How could that be? I naturally believe in your abilities. It's just that my brother has always been lucky. The bald man's expression eased a little, but he still looked disdainful. So what if he's lucky? He won't be able to escape from me just because he's lucky. The woman's face lit up with joy. She took the initiative to hug the man's arm and gently rubbed it against her chest. The meaning behind this was self-evident. Then, Chi-Chi, I'll wait for your good news. The following scene was not suitable for children. They could only see two naked bodies tightly entwined together on a large black bed. Just as Chen Biue's consciousness was about to fall into a deep sleep, a huge suction force suddenly came from somewhere. It passed through the layers of gray fog and sucked him in. Oh no! The bald man with runes on his head, who had just finished a round of sex and was resting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Chen Chi-Chi asked in a daze as she nestled in his arms. The tame headmaster's expression was very ugly. The black magic I cast on your brother has been broken. What? Chen Chi-Chi immediately woke up. What's going on? Didn't you say it was foolproof? Chen Chi-Chi's expression was also a little ugly. Now you're telling me it's been broken? Chen Chi-Chi was actually a little uneasy. She thought about her brother's usual methods. If he found out that she was the one who had set him up, the tame headmaster said, I used black magic to seal his soul in an area with no spiritual energy. According to the original plan, his soul would be destroyed in 10 days, and he would die in this world. He frowned. But just now, I felt that his soul suddenly disappeared from the area of no spiritual energy. It was as if something had barged in and forcibly taken away your brother's soul. Chen Chi-Chi was a little anxious. Then what do we do now? If my brother wakes up, neither of us will be able to escape. The tame headmaster said calmly, don't worry. He closed his eyes and muttered something under his breath, as if he was sensing something. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression relaxed. Chen Chi-Chi looked at him and felt a little relieved. How is it? The tame headmaster said, you and I don't have to worry too much. I just sensed that your brother's soul hasn't returned to his body. Instead, he can no longer be sensed in this world. Chen Chi-Chi was delighted. So? The tame headmaster smiled and said, so, your brother is either dead or, some evil sorcerer just happened to cast a spell and took his soul. After the huge rock in his heart was lifted, his mood became much better. The taming master looked at Chen Chi-Chi in his arms and couldn't help but reach out to pinch her face. Don't worry. Even if your brother isn't dead, I'm afraid that his life will be worse than death if he falls into the hands of such a person. Chen Chi-Chi's heart finally relaxed. However, she still said in a low voice, I don't wish for him to live a life worse than death. It's better if he dies quickly so as to avoid any more trouble. Chapter 1691. Chen Biue felt as though his entire body was being pulled. He did not know how much time had passed as the world spun around him. His body, his thoughts, his everything seemed to be constantly being torn apart and reassembled. Until everything settled down. He felt that his body was very heavy. It was as though he was trapped inside something and was unable to move. He was also unable to open his eyes. However, he could still see his surroundings. It seemed to be night time as his surroundings were not bright at all. However, he could clearly see his surroundings. A woman in black was sitting before him. This woman was very good-looking. However, her appearance was very abnormal. It looked like, what did she look like? His thoughts were in a mess and he was unable to recall anything. The woman used her pale and thin hand to draw something on his body. Originally, he should not have felt it. However, he slowly sensed that as the mysterious runes on his body became denser, his entire body was slowly filled with power. His feelings towards the woman in black also became clearer. Oh, the smell on her body was very comfortable. There seemed to be something on her body that attracted him greatly. He wanted to get close to her, hug her, and eat her up. After finishing the last rune, Gu Xingyin gave a long sigh of relief. She opened her eyes and put down the brush in her somewhat sore hand. In truth, not even half an hour had passed. However, Gu Xingyin felt that her entire body was lacking in strength. She lowered her eyes to look at the little doll in front of her. His body, which was originally white like porcelain, was now covered with countless runes. Under the dim moonlight, the doll appeared to be filled with a sense of mystery. Gu Xingyin moved her hand and put the little silver robe on the doll. She also felt the results of her work. It actually managed to condense so much yin energy. She was extremely shocked. In terms of energy, this little puppet doll was almost comparable to the white tiger. Just as Gu Xingyin was feeling shocked, the little puppet doll in front of her suddenly opened its eyes. Gu Xingyin was shocked. Then, she saw the beautiful pair of jade-green eyes of the doll. Under the dim moonlight, the pair of eyes were like two clusters of ghostly fire, looking somewhat horrifying. It actually opened its eyes on its own. Could it be that this puppet doll already has its own consciousness? Gu Xingyin mumbled doubtfully. He blinked and looked at the woman in front of him. With his current ability to understand, he still couldn't fully understand the meaning of her words. But it was fine. Gu Xingyin looked at the tiny puppet doll that was no more than 20 centimeters tall. It blinked its eyes and started moving on its own. His movements were not stiff at all. He crawled from her gown all the way to her hand. What was he trying to do? Gu Xingyin soon found out. Because the little doll suddenly hugged her finger and started nibbling on it. His teeth were very sharp. In an instant, they had already pierced through Gu Xingyin's flesh and sunk into her skin, sucking her sweet blood. The moment she felt the pain, Gu Xingyin raised her hand and wanted to throw the doll away. However, the system stopped her. Host, wait a moment. Gu Xingyin was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, there were more things in her mind. Some messy thoughts were vaguely mixed with emotions like delicious and delicious. Chapter 1692. Gu Xingyin was stunned. This was the puppet doll's thought process. While she was still in shock, the puppet doll in front of her suddenly stopped sucking her blood. He was still hugging Gu Xingyin's finger, but gently and reluctantly, he retracted his teeth. Because he saw that when he bit down, this person seemed to be in pain. Although he liked to eat, she was in pain. The puppet doll hesitated for a few seconds, but still decided to give up on the delicacy. He even stuck out his tongue and licked Gu Xingyin's finger a few times. Under his licking, the small wound miraculously stopped bleeding and became much smaller. Then, the two people, one big and one small, started staring at each other. Gu Xingyin had never encountered such a situation before. She asked the system, "What kind of situation is this?" The system replied, "I have not encountered such a situation either. Host, please wait for a moment. I will quickly go through the information." The system quickly said, "There are no special records of this situation." However, according to the information passed down by the puppet masters, the system deduced that when the host created this puppet doll, the host already had a mental connection with it. Furthermore, the host used his own blood to feed it. Now, the host seems to have formed a blood contract between the two of them. So now, the puppet doll is equivalent to the host's magical item. However, it has its own consciousness. The host should be able to share consciousness with it. Gu Xingyin nodded. Yes, I seem to be able to sense its thoughts. Speaking of this, Gu Xingyin wanted to facepalm. Because at this moment, from the puppet doll's thought process, she felt a strong sense of, I like you very much, I want to eat you, delicious, and other similar emotions. Without a doubt, the delicious object that it wanted to eat was herself. However, what warmed Gu Xingyin's heart was that there was another wave of emotions in the puppet doll's mind. It was probably the thoughts of, like, pain, and, don't want, pain. While Gu Xingyin was talking to the system, the puppet doll gave up looking at Gu Xingyin. It grabbed Gu Xingyin's clothes and started to climb up. He crawled from her hand to her shoulder, then found her collarbone and lay on it with satisfaction. So warm, so fragrant, delicious, hold it in. Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she sensed the information transmitted by the little doll. System, he wants to eat me. The system calmly comforted her, host, you don't have to worry. For the puppet consciousness condensed from Yin Qi, the woman of Yin Hour has a great attraction to them. Furthermore, your blood has been sucked by him. After the two of you formed a contract, as a puppet doll that has just gained sentience, the current host is similar to his mother. He will like you very much, want to get close to you, and even want to monopolize you. This kind of puppet will not bite back at the host. Gu Xingyin nodded. She did feel a strong desire in the puppet doll's consciousness, but there was another stronger desire that seemed to be restraining him. And in the dark, Gu Xingyin also had a feeling that this puppet doll was not only unwilling to hurt her in its consciousness, but also seemed to be bound in its soul that it could not hurt its creator. Chapter 1693. However, she kept hearing him say that he wanted to eat her. Gu Xingyin still could not get used to it. Something seemed to be engraved in the depths of this body. Gu Xingyin's consciousness swept across the puppet doll, and then cut off some kind of connection. Then, she realized that the emotions of the other consciousness, which had been constantly making its presence known in her mind, had disappeared. She heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Xingyin tilted her head and looked at the satisfied puppet doll lying on her neck. She felt helpless, but strangely satisfied. She slowly stood up, and a strong sense of fatigue came over her. She did not feel this way when she was sitting down, but once she stood up, Gu Xingyin felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She stood for a long time before she slowly recovered and walked towards her little wooden house. What she needed most now was rest. As for the rest, she would deal with it tomorrow morning. Gu Xingyin forced herself to walk into her house. After a simple wash, she fell asleep almost instantly. She was really too tired. Faint moonlight shone in through the open window. The puppet doll, which seemed to have no signs of life all this time, moved slightly. He used his short and chubby hands to prop himself up and sat up. His gaze swept across the room. I don't know what this place is. After looking around, the puppet doll looked at the woman lying on the ground. She had her eyes closed, and her expression was as cold as when she was awake. The puppet doll tilted his head and looked at her quietly. After an unknown period of time, he raised his little hand. His dark purple fingernails looked exactly like Gu Xingyin's. He seemed to be curious as he gently scratched Gu Xingyin's lips. He was really careful, as if he was scratching an itch. Although he did not have any complicated consciousness, the puppet doll still knew that his fingernails seemed to be very powerful. He could not use too much strength. Otherwise, she would be in trouble. So soft, so warm. That was the puppet doll's feeling. His own body was just a pile of cold materials, and the body temperature of a human was a very attractive existence to him. Not to mention, from the moment he saw the person in front of him, he couldn't help but want to get close to her. The puppet doll seemed to be addicted to playing with it. After a while, it would poke Gu Xingyin's mouth. Then, it would open its emerald-like eyes and carefully look at Gu Xingyin. After making sure that she wouldn't wake up, he continued to poke her. He treated this as an extremely fun game, and never got tired of it. The system, it didn't need to rest as it silently watched the puppet doll's actions. The system actually wanted to shout loudly in Gu Xingyin's mind, "Wake up, host." There's an effective pervert taking advantage of you while you're sleeping. But in the end, the system remained silent. This was because it could tell that the puppet doll seemed to be a little fellow that didn't know anything. Moreover, its behavior showed that it really liked to get close to its host. Of course, the main reason why the system remained silent was that the host was really too tired. It rarely had such good sleep, so it didn't want to disturb it. After playing for a while, the puppet doll finally seemed to be satisfied. It looked left and right, and still chose the warm spot between Gu Xingyin's neck. It closed its eyes and fell asleep with its host. Chapter 1694. The next day, Gu Xingyin was woken up by a disturbance. She felt her hair being pulled by something. The other party didn't have much strength, so it didn't hurt. But this feeling of having a part of her body being played with in the palm of someone else's hand was really unpleasant. In a daze, she casually pulled her hair and flipped over impatiently. This was great. Originally, the puppet doll was sitting on the side of Gu Xingyin's bed, holding her long hair and twirling it in circles. However, his technique was obviously not very good. He accidentally wrapped his wrists and fingers around the hair and was trying hard to untie it. Then, with Gu Xingyin's tug, he flipped over. The puppet doll, whose fingers and wrists were entangled, was pulled by a huge force just like that, Bayu. In a perfect parabola, the small figure flew directly from the inside of the bed to the floor outside the window. This time, the hair was untied. In a daze, Gu Xingyin heard the sound of something falling to the ground. She opened her eyes and saw a small figure in front of her in a prostrating position on the ground, trying hard to get up. Gu Xingyin, she silently thought about it and realized that she seemed to have done something terrible. Just as she was feeling awkward, the puppet doll finally sat up on its own. However, she didn't know if it was because Gu Xingyin had a bad taste when she made it, but this doll's limbs were short and small, but it was very fat. Gu Xingyin watched as the doll tried to stand up on its own several times, but in the end, it sat back down on its butt. Pfft! Gu Xingyin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Early in the morning, her mood improved because of this. Hearing the laughter behind him, the puppet doll turned around expressionlessly. She didn't know if it was Gu Xingyin's illusion, but she seemed to have seen a hint of grievance from the doll's cute and serious expression. Gu Xingyin coughed dryly and secretly wondered if it was inappropriate for her to laugh at this little guy. She was about to get off the bed and pick him up when she saw the doll actually flew up. Technically speaking, it should be floating. Gu Xingyin felt like she was watching a fantasy film. She watched as the little meatball floated up from the ground without the help of any tools and slowly floated in the direction of Gu Xingyin. Then, with a thud sound, it landed on the soft blanket on the bed. Gu Xingyin, the puppet doll, seemed to be hit by the impact. His short limbs struggled in the soft blanket for a long time before he finally pulled himself out and sat in front of Gu with a serious expression. SSSSSS, she's SSSS with face SSS, the two people SS's again. Gu Xingyin, pfft, ha 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 ha, she hugged her stomach and laughed until she was out of breath on the bed. Where's the een object, TSTS, where's the perverse? Gu Xingyin expressed that he only saw stupidity. The puppet doll tilted its head and looked at its master with an exaggerated expression. He didn't know that it was a smile, but the bloodline contract allowed him to feel that the person in front of him was very happy. It was a very comfortable feeling. Although it looked strange, it was fine as long as she was comfortable. He thought to himself with a serious expression, allowing his master to laugh on his own. Chapter 1695. When Gu Xingyin was finally done laughing, she straightened her body and looked at the little figure in front of her. I have to give you a name. She frowned as if she was thinking about something. A name? The puppet doll was confused. He knew what it was. It was probably something like a code name. He felt that he should have a name. What should he be called? He was called, I'll call you doll. Anyway, I won't make any other dolls, Gu Xingyin said to herself. She looked at the little figure in front of her. You should be able to understand what I'm saying, right? From now on, your name will be Doll. The puppet doll stared at Gu Xingyin with his big green eyes and nodded. Then Gu Xingyin pointed at herself. I'm your master. My name is Diane. She just said it casually. She didn't intend for the little doll to remember it. But the next moment, the little doll's rosy mouth actually stuttered these two words. Diane, Gu Xingyin was surprised. How could his spiritual intelligence be so high? Even if she went through Diane's memories, she rarely saw a puppet that could do what doll did. Could it be that the so-called power of the blood race in her body really made this puppet so powerful that it even surpassed all her previous works? Gu Xingyin didn't understand. This was probably the most likely possibility. She thought for a moment and was about to get up. She had already made up her mind. After packing up here, she would set off for the capital. She would try to secretly cure the eldest son of the Qin family. This morning, the system told her that the black magic spell cast by the black magic master on the eldest son of the Qin family had been broken. This was out of the original plot. According to the original plot, today should be the day that the eldest son of the Qin family died. The black magic spell cast by the black magic master was not broken. Old Master Qin had invited several masters, but they all said that they couldn't do anything. Could it be that some hidden powerful figure had made a move? Although the eldest son of the Qin family didn't die, he didn't wake up. The system didn't know the reason. Gu Xingyin planned to go and see for herself. But this little kid in front of him, Gu Xingyin helplessly looked at him. I'm going to wash my face. You lie on my shoulder. Be careful not to get wet. The doll pretended not to hear her and continued to hold on tightly to Gu Xingyin's collar as if she was afraid that she would take her down. Seeing him like this, Gu Xingyin couldn't do anything. Until she realized that no matter if she bent down or walked, the other party was still sitting steadily on Mount Tai without any signs of falling, she let him be. Gu Xingyin had an inexplicable feeling that she was raising a son. Walking out of the door, Gu Xingyin released the white tiger and prepared to let it hunt for prey as today's rations. As soon as the white tiger was released, it howled and rubbed against Gu Xingyin's body. In an instant, Gu Xingyin felt a little cold. The white tiger also sensed something. It took a step away from Gu Xingyin's side and roared towards Gu Xingyin's left side. She felt something and looked towards her shoulder. She saw a doll that she had never seen before. The little doll still looked the same, but at this moment, there was a faint glow in his green eyes. There was also a trace of black evil aura coming out of his body. He stared coldly at the white tiger, and there was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. This appearance was somewhat similar to the evil creatures in the legends. Doll, I'm jealous. 6th update. 4th update today. Please, vote, vote. Today's votes were half of yesterday's. Gao Lingji was scared. Monday was too scary. Chapter 1696. White Tiger sensed the danger too. It lowered its body and scratched the ground uneasily with its front paws. It let out a warning growl, which was a sign of encountering a strong enemy. Gu Xingyin suddenly had an idea. She was about to stop it when a black shadow flashed in front of her. A black mist escaped from Doll's body and formed a ferocious ghost face in the air. It pounced on White Tiger at an extremely fast speed. It did not seem like it was going to show any mercy. White Tiger flashed its sharp claws. Gu Xingyin saw White Tiger's huge body fighting with the black shadow. Finally, White Tiger roared and swallowed the black shadow. However, in Gu Xingyin's eyes, the White Tiger's specially refined fur, which even bullets could not penetrate, had a few holes gnawed out of it by the ghost face. The system exclaimed, "Host, your doll is so fierce." Gu Xingyin was speechless. What was with the unpleasant feeling of having her lines stolen? Seeing that the two of them were still at daggers drawn and ready to attack again, Gu Xingyin couldn't be bothered to say anything. He subconsciously gave two orders in his mind. Stop! The White Tiger obediently stopped what it was doing and raised its head to roar at Gu Xingyin. However, Doll resisted. Gu Xingyin could feel that he was unwilling to let go. She gave another order. Doll stared at Gu Xingyin with his green eyes and finally lowered his head unwillingly. The black mist around him returned to his body, as if nothing had happened. He felt Gu Xingyin's emotions from the bottom of his heart. His master was unhappy because he was disobedient. Doll raised his head again and carefully poked Gu Xingyin's earlobe with his sharp nails. When Gu Xingyin turned to look at him, his expression immediately said, "I know I'm wrong, I didn't do anything." It had to be said that having such a face was still very advantageous. At the very least, Gu Xingyin lost her temper instantly. Gu Xingyin sat on the ground while White Tiger lay beside her. The doll felt wronged as Gu Xingyin forcefully pulled it off her body and placed it on the other side. Gu Xingyin looked at the two of them seriously. She didn't open her mouth. Instead, she used her mind to communicate with them. The gist of it was that they shouldn't go against each other anymore. Everyone was the same, so they should get along well. White Tiger quickly made his intentions clear, the other party had malicious intentions towards him. Gu Xingyin looked at Doll who hadn't said anything. Then, she felt Doll's intermittent thoughts transmitted to her. "You're not allowed to get close to me. Mine is mine." Gu Xingyin froze. She didn't understand what the doll was trying to say. It wasn't until Doll couldn't help but move and climb onto her shoulder that she realized that he was talking about her. Just as the system had said, Doll was extremely close to her and had developed a terrifying possessive desire. However, perhaps because of his cute appearance, Gu Xingyin didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she felt slightly helpless. Could it be that Doll really thought of her as his mother? It wasn't strange for children to have a certain degree of possessiveness towards their mothers. Chapter 1697. All in all, under Gu Xingyin's insistence, White Tiger and Doll were finally able to get along with each other. Of course, this was what Gu Xingyin saw. She did not notice that White Tiger had become less and less fond of getting close to her. Instead, White Tiger was acting cute with her. It was normal that Gu Xingyin did not notice. After all, she had just come into this body not long ago. Although she had inherited Dean's memories, she did not pay much attention to some of her daily habits. She did not know that on that night, after she fell asleep, Doll, who had been occupying the most intimate position beside her, silently floated out. Then, he found White Tiger, who had turned into a little white tiger model lying on the grass. When the two met, it was like a raging fire. Don't think too much. They fought very straightforwardly. The result of this fight was obvious. Doll won. The result of his victory was that White Tiger was not allowed to get close to Gu Xingyin and act cute in front of her. Master belonged to him and him alone. No one else was allowed to get close to her. White Tiger was very dissatisfied. As a creation, it was innate to be close to its master. However, when the black room behind Doll transformed into a bloody mouth, which meant that if it did not agree, it would directly devour it, White Tiger silently chose to agree. Inspector was different from other things. White Tiger and Doll were both inspectors that had gained consciousness. White Tiger and Doll could devour each other, and the devourer's ability would probably be higher. Therefore, White Tiger tearfully agreed to this humiliating contract for its own life. Doll flew back in a good mood. Then, it rubbed its face against Gu Xingyin's smooth face with a satisfied expression. It opened its eyes and silently looked at her. That White Tiger was an idiot. Doll actually would not devour it at all. This was because he could sense that Master liked that White Tiger. If he devoured it, Master would probably be unhappy again. Dolly was a little worried. She always felt that her master was easily upset over small things. When Master was unhappy, Doll would be unhappy too. He did not like that expression on Master's face. The bottom of his heart was bitter and very uncomfortable. At this moment, the puppet doll did not know that this emotion was called heartache. Over the next few days, Gu Xingyin ordered all the puppets in his residence to leave this place for the time being and go to other places far away. These puppets were not like White Tiger and Doll. They only listened to their master's orders mechanically. They moved forward until Gu Xingyin called for them to stop. Then, without Gu Xingyin's command, they would remain in a standing or walking position until their master gave the next command, or until something happened to their bodies and they could no longer move. Gu Xingyin looked around. After making sure that she didn't miss anything important, she walked out of the valley. She had to go to the imperial capital to take a look. The system said that the eldest son of the Qin family had been like that during this period of time. However, there was an expert guarding him now, so there was no need to worry about that black magic master hurting him a second time. He was temporarily safe. Gu Xingyin searched the wardrobe for a long time. Fortunately, she found a few normal clothes that Dean had never worn before. According to her memory, these were all sent by the enthusiastic customer from before. And the customer was very considerate. According to Dean's appearance, he chose punk style and heavy metal style clothes. In this way, after Gu Xingyin put it on, other people would probably think that she was just a fan of weird and unique styles and dressed up a little exaggeratedly. 8th update. 2 more chapters. See you later. Chapter 1698. Gu Xingyin looked at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a shiny, sequin trench coat and a pair of tight leather pants. His waist-length black hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Speaking of which, she did not even need to put on makeup. Her seductive and cold aura was fully displayed. However, Gu Xingyin still wanted to complain. With such a look, she would definitely attract attention wherever she went. If normal people saw her, they would either think of her as a celebrity or an artist. What if someone took a picture and Qin Chichi saw it? After thinking for a while, Gu Xingyin took out a pair of black sunglasses and covered half of her face. Very good. Even if someone took a picture of her, if Qin Chichi could recognize her, Gu Xingyin would be convinced. When she was changing her clothes, Doll and White Tiger were chased out by Gu Xingyin. Doll was already floating up and down in the air impatiently. He could completely control this skill now. The door finally opened from the inside. Doll subconsciously looked in the direction of the door. Then, plop. Very unhappily, he came into close contact with the ground again. However, this degree of fall did not pose any danger to him at all. Doll nimbly levitated from the ground and looked at the person in front of him in confusion. As the person was exposed under the sunlight, it was really too eye-catching. He could not help but stretch out his chubby hand and rub his eyes in a very human-like manner. Gu Xingyin. Was it that exaggerated? Doll was stunned to see a stranger coming out of his master's room. Then, he observed carefully. This person's body and aura were exactly the same as his master's. Very delicious, very sweet, the feeling of being connected by blood was also the same. So, the woman in front of him was his master? Gu Xingyin looked at the puppet doll in front of her with a very realistic expression of disdain. White Tiger not far from him also growled softly to express its dissatisfaction. Gu Xingyin, was it really that eye-catching? Actually, Gu Xingyin had misunderstood. Doll and White Tiger were both consciousnesses formed from Yin energy. This determined their preferences and habits. As beings of extreme Yin, they liked dampness, darkness, and negative emotions. Such an environment. However, Gu Xingyin's shiny outfit made them feel uncomfortable. However, even though Dolly wasn't used to it, after confirming that Gu Xingyin was its master, it quickly floated to Gu Xingyin's shoulder and sat firmly. It also habitually extended its nails to poke Gu Xingyin's earlobe. This was his exclusive seat. Although there was something wrong with his master's taste, as an obedient child, he still had to love his master. Then, Gu Xingyin grabbed him with one hand. Gu Xingyin looked at the doll. He said seriously, "For the rest of the time, you can't sit on my shoulders." Doll was puzzled. Gu Xingyin pointed at him and then at White Tiger. She did not say anything. Instead, she sent a message into their minds. It was to let them know that what they were doing was very strange in normal human society. If they were discovered, the consequences could be very serious. Of course, as the master, it would be very troublesome for her. Doll was very disapproving when he heard the first part. However, when he heard that it would bring trouble to his master, he hesitated for a moment and obediently stopped moving. Chapter 1699. In the end, Gu Xingyin carried a bag that was as cool as her windbreaker and rode the white tiger out of the valley. When they reached the outskirts of the forest, Gu Xingyin kept the shrunken white tiger in his bag. As for Doll, she put it in the pocket of her windbreaker. Originally, Gu Xingyin planned to put both of them in her pocket, but Doll got jealous again. He was determined not to let the white tiger enjoy the same treatment as him. What could Gu Xingyin do? People's hearts were biased, not to mention that the white tiger was not as cute as Doll. Therefore, it could only stay in the bag. Here, Gu Xingyin once again thanked the kind-hearted customer who had helped her once. Because Diying grew up in the forest, she did not even have an ID card or a household register. However, the female tycoon who had received her favor and successfully got pregnant and gave birth to a child, after knowing that she had nothing, almost waved her hand and took care of everything for others. Therefore, Gu Xingyin was able to successfully buy a plane ticket to the capital. Diying did not lack money. When Gu Xingyin checked the bank card that had never been used by Diying, she was shocked by the huge amount of money in it. Knowing that she was now an invisible tycoon, Gu Xingyin, of course, did not hesitate to choose the first-class cabin. Then, thanks to her outfit, Gu Xingyin was scrutinized by a lot of people on the plane. There were even 2 people who softly asked for her autograph. Of course, Gu Xingyin directly refused. In the end, in order to avoid embarrassment, she directly put on an eye mask and closed her eyes to rest. Doll was surprisingly quiet throughout the journey. Gu Xingyin shut off her perception of Doll's emotions, so if she did not deliberately feel it, she would not be able to detect his emotions. Doll felt as if there was something burning in his soul. The plane slowly flew forward, getting closer and closer to the capital. And the closer they were to the capital, the stronger the inexplicable feeling became. In the dimly lit pocket, Doll opened his green eyes. He could clearly feel that something was calling out to him from that direction. What is it? He couldn't remember, but it was very important. It was very important. On the other hand, the white tiger in the bag seemed to have sensed the unusual wave of energy coming from the doll. He shrank back a little in fear. Speaking of which, the aura of this fellow was truly terrifying. The white tiger had no doubt that he was no match for the other party. Gu Xingyin fell into a deep sleep. Doll, on the other hand, kept his eyes open. He was very excited and looked forward to the unknown. Gu Xingyin was awakened by Doll. It was not the kind of voice that woke her up, but the doll's stubborn consciousness. It even broke through Gu Xingyin's divine sense defense and appeared in her mind. And that thought was very simple. Gu Xingyin heard it clearly. He craved power. And in the current situation, the most direct and convenient way was Gu Xingyin's blood. Gu Xingyin felt that it was very strange. In fact, except at the beginning, when Doll instinctively sucked her blood when he was just created, although he seemed to desire it, he had never asked for it. But this time, the soul-deep desire surprised Gu Xingyin. Chapter 1700. Gu Xingyin only hesitated for a moment before sending a thought to the doll. She agreed. The doll's reaction was very fast. Almost as soon as the owner agreed and put his hand into his pocket, his sharp teeth pierced into the owner's flesh. This was the feeling. It was incomparably beautiful and mesmerizing. As the blood flowed, the doll could feel a strong force entering his body. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. Gu Xingyin, on the other hand, let Doll go when he sensed that the slight blood loss would not affect him. Slowly, the burning desire in the doll's heart calmed down. What followed was an increasingly strong force in his body and some scattered things that appeared in his mind. Capital, sister. Chen what? His delicate brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was trying hard to recall the things that he should have remembered but was forced to forget. His dark green eyes suddenly opened. He remembered. Chen Biyue. Gu Xingyin felt that the little guy in her pocket did not seem to need her blood anymore. He hugged his finger and licked it gently. In the end, he did not let go. Instead, he used his finger as a tool to grind his teeth and nibbled on it gently. This was not the first time this had happened. Gu Xingyin completely treated it as the doll's behavior. She only smiled and did not say anything. What she didn't know was that her puppet doll had already recalled some things. He was not a self-consciousness formed by the Yin specter. He was a normal person. His name was Chen Biue. He had inexplicably fallen into a strange gray place. When he woke up in a daze, he had become a puppet doll that had no consciousness and called someone his master. Chen Biue's heart was filled with anger. Was it this person? Did she cause him to become like this? But subconsciously, he was certain that it was not this person. This person would not harm him. Then, what had happened to him at that time? He pondered with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, he felt something in his mouth. When he realized what it was, his expression changed. He was nibbling on someone else's finger. He quickly spat out Gu Xingyin's finger and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Then, he heard a gentle voice in his mind. Are you full? Before his mind could react, the body spontaneously stuck to the hand beside him and even rubbed against it, indicating that he was full. Chen Biue was speechless. He could not control the urge to get close to her. The corners of Gu Xingyin's lips curled up. Knowing that he was full, he reached out and patted his head comfortingly before pulling his hand away. She raised her finger and looked at it. Well, the small cut was almost invisible. At this moment, Gu Xingyin did not know that her puppet doll was sitting in her pocket with a serious expression on his face. The transportation in modern society was very advanced. Soon, the plane landed in the capital's airport. Gu Xingyin walked out of the airport with many passengers. The feeling in his heart was getting stronger. He wanted to return to the Chen family and see what kind of situation he was in. His body was calling for him. He could feel it. Chapter 1701. Gu Xingyin asked the system to quickly calculate a route to a 5-star hotel not far from the Chen family's residence. She booked a presidential suite for a month and prepared to observe the Chen family's recent situation. Chen Biue was quite happy when Gu Xingyin chose the location. Because this place was also very close to his destination. He was still thinking about what reason he should find to go to the Chen family's residence. After all, he had signed a contract with this mysterious puppet master. If he did anything unusual, she would definitely notice it immediately. Before he could confirm whether Gu Xingyin was a friend or foe, he didn't dare to be careless. Then, at night, Gu Xingyin gave an order that made Chen Biue dumbfounded. Go to the Chen family and check on the Chen family's eldest son's current situation. Report his current situation and the Chen family's current situation to me. Chen Biue was bewildered. He couldn't help but think, could this matter really have something to do with her? Could it be that the person in front of him did this to him? If this was really the case, if he could wake up one day, this culprit who caused him to become like this, Chen Biue felt a little confused. According to his usual character, if he had a chance to fight back against someone who framed him and almost killed him, he definitely wouldn't let them off. Moreover, he would definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, leaving no trace of trouble for himself. But if the target was the woman in front of him, Chen Biue's heart actually wavered a little. He couldn't bear for her to die, whether it was because of the power of the contract or because of his feelings in the depths of his mind. He didn't want this woman to disappear. Then, he would break her legs, break her wings, and imprison her in a place where only he could see her. Chen Biue lowered his eyes and thought so. If Gu Xingyin could listen to her puppet doll's thoughts, she would definitely be able to see a series of very bloody and violent scenes that were not suitable for children. She looked at the motionless puppet doll and felt strange. Doll? Gu Xingyin had a strange feeling. She felt that doll was much more complicated than her other pet, the simple-minded white tiger. Chen Biue's eyes trembled when he heard the word baby. This kind of strange name, what was it trying to do? He quickly regained his composure and nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, a black mist spread out from his body and enveloped his entire body. In Gu Xingyin's eyes, the doll that was in front of him just a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. All that was left in the air was a small cluster of black mist that was invisible to the naked eye. Even Gu Xingyin had to rely on the connection between her and the puppet bloodline to see his trace. The black fog circled around Gu Xingyin twice before drifting out of the window. At this moment, Chen Biyue wanted to go home and take a look. He urgently wanted to know what his current situation was. Auntie Fang had been a nanny in the Chen family for more than 10 years. She was considered an elder in the Chen family. She had also watched eldest young master grow up. Now that eldest young master had been unconscious for such a long time and was lying on the bed, the other servants felt that eldest young master was hopeless in this lifetime. They also slacked off taking care of him. Chapter 1702. At this time, only Auntie Fang would insist on cleaning the unconscious Chen Biyue every day. She would open the doors and windows regularly to ventilate and tidy the room. On this day, when Auntie Fang opened the window in the morning, a gust of cold wind suddenly brushed past her body. Auntie Fang couldn't help but shiver. She looked up at the sky strangely. It was supposed to be a sunny day, wasn't it? Worried that the cold wind would catch the young master cold, Auntie Fang stood by the window for a while. After confirming that the cold wind was just a coincidence, she left the window. Walking to the bedside, Auntie Fang looked at the handsome man on the bed who looked a little pale because of being bedridden for a long time and sighed. "Young master, you have to hurry and come over. Even an old woman like me can feel that the atmosphere in the house has been very abnormal recently. If you don't come over soon, I'm afraid that the house won't be peaceful in the future." Auntie Fang wasn't worried about herself. At worst, she could just leave when the time came. But if the young master didn't wake up soon, what would happen in the future? What Auntie Fang couldn't see was that at the place where she had just been, hidden behind the curtains, wisps of black fog were swirling around, making the air in that place seem extra gloomy and cold. The puppet doll listened to Auntie Fang's long-winded words for a long time before turning to leave, closing the door behind him. When Auntie Fang went out, she only left the door ajar. When she walked past the corner of the corridor, the door seemed to be pushed by something at the empty entrance. With a click, the door lock automatically buckled. At the same time, the wisps of black fog by the curtains slowly condensed in front of the bed. Slowly, they formed the shape of a human baby in midair. It was the puppet doll, or rather, Chen Biyue now. Chen Biyue slowly looked at his body on the bed. At such a close distance, he felt very strange. He could feel the current state of his body, as if his consciousness was still in his body, but he couldn't control this body. The person on the bed was clearly not in a good state. Even if there was someone taking care of him carefully, the long period of bedridden had made this body weak and weak. The puppet doll Chen Biyue carefully approached the window. Then, he reached out a hand and gently touched his body. He could feel his body calling out to him. The moment his hand touched Chen Biyue's body on the bed, there seemed to be a strong pulling force from that body. Puppet doll Chen Biyue was overjoyed. He did not resist and allowed this phenomenon to be discovered without hesitation. Perhaps this was the opportunity for him to return to his own body. However, reality proved that the matter of the soul returning to its original place was not that simple. Chen Biyue could clearly feel his soul enter his body, but it was expelled in a moment. It was as if his body had started to reject the entry of his soul. He didn't believe in such a thing. He persevered and tried again, but it still didn't work. After many attempts, Chen Biyue finally accepted his fate. He was sure that if he couldn't find someone to help him, he wouldn't be able to return to his body on his own. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Gu Xingyin's figure subconsciously appeared. Chapter 1703. There was a saying that when a person was in trouble, the first person he would turn to for help would be the person he trusted the most at the bottom of his heart. Chen Biyue didn't expect that when he was in trouble, the person he would turn to wasn't his biological father or his good friend. Instead, it was the woman he had only known for a short 10 days. It was a strange feeling. However, Chen Biue shook his head in the end. He wanted to trust her, but who knew if he could trust her? Since he couldn't return to his body, there was no point in staying here any longer. Chen Biue looked around and didn't find anything wrong with the room he was in. Then, he turned into a dark room and left. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wandered around the Chen family. Speaking of which, he had been in a daze for so long. He didn't know how the Chen family was doing. As soon as he came out, Chen Biue saw his father. Old Master Chen was wearing a dark red tang suit and holding a wooden walking stick. He was in high spirits and was politely chatting with an old man with a calm expression. Hearing how his father addressed him, Chen Biue knew in his heart that this was probably another person from the metaphysics school. Although this person from the Xian sect looked calm, he didn't hide the arrogance in his eyes. Chen Biue only glanced at him and lost interest. In his opinion, this person from the Xian sect looked like an expert. Even he could kill 5 of them by himself. He was most likely another person who pretended to be mysterious and fished for fame. From what he heard, his father must have thought a lot before inviting this master over, hoping that he could wake up his eldest son. Chen Biue didn't have any hope in this matter. He just felt sorry for his father. Obviously, old Master Chen still hadn't given up on his son. He watched as the master entered his room calmly. After seeing him, he was hesitant. Then, he was shocked. In the end, his expression was very ugly. This. Not only Chen Biue, but old Master Chen could also see that there was nothing he could do. In the end, the master only said a lot of things that normal people wouldn't understand. Then, he took the Chen family's generous reward and left. Chen Biue watched quietly as his father locked himself in the study. He didn't follow. Perhaps someone like his father didn't want anyone to see him in such a weak state. Chen Biue continued to walk around the house. When he passed by one of the rooms, he suddenly heard something that made his eyes turn cold. This was the room of his biological sister, Qin Qiqi. At this time, Qin Qiqi was talking to someone. The black fog ignored the tightly shut door and went straight in. Qin Qiqi was sitting on the bed in the room, holding her phone in one hand and tugging at the bedsheets in boredom with the other. Yes, the old man sent someone over again today, but it seems to be useless. Her tone was very cheerful when she said this. He didn't know what the other side said, but Chen Biue could roughly guess that they were proud of themselves. Because he immediately heard Qin Qiqi say, "Yes, yes, yes, my dear, you're really amazing. Well, not only are you good at black magic, in bed, you're even better." Chen Biue listened expressionlessly. His heart was strangely calm when he found out that his own sister was the one who tried to kill him. He even had a feeling that this was indeed the case. Chapter 1704. Chen Biue stared coldly at Qin Qiqi, who had her back to him. He didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, a cloud of black fog shrouded Qin Qiqi. What was the point of keeping a sister who wanted to kill him for her own selfish desires? Qin Qiqi felt a chill all over her body. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave in an instant, and couldn't help but scream. The person on the other side of the phone sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly asked her what was wrong. Since Qin Qiqi met this taming master, she had become a firm believer in metaphysics and fortune-telling. She didn't dare to hide anything from him and hurriedly told him about her current situation. The taming master was conceited, and he was very infatuated with Qin Qiqi's debauchery in bed. When he heard Qin Qiqi's request, he naturally asked her to go to the living room, a place with stronger yang energy, and he would immediately rush over. This was exactly what Chen Biue wanted. Chen Biue didn't leave. Qin Qiqi listened to the taming master and sat in the living room. He also hid in a corner in the shape of a cloud of black fog. Now the yin energy had completely entered Qin Qiqi's body. She had put on a coat, but she still felt very cold. The taming master quickly entered the room. The servants at home didn't let him in at first. Qin Qiqi said angrily, "This is my friend. Do you know how to do things? If not, Get out of the Chen family. She looked at the taming master expectantly. Dear, please take a look at me. What's wrong with me? She couldn't help shivering as she spoke. The taming master reached out and touched Chin-Chi-Chi's hand. It was May, but Chin-Chi-Chi's hand was as cold as ice. He winked at Chin-Chi-Chi. She understood and stood up. The two of them went upstairs to Chin-Chi-Chi's room. Seeing this scene, the servants at home just sighed and shook their heads, as if they didn't like Mrs. behavior. Chen Biyue followed them coldly. He put the yin energy on Chin-Chi-Chi's body just now to draw out the person behind the scenes. Now he finally saw the real face of the person behind the scenes. The other party was a man who looked to be in his 30s. Previously, he was wearing a baseball cap when he came in. Now that he had taken off his cap, one could clearly see the dense runes engraved on his bald head. Chen Biyue instantly thought of the runes on his puppet. The two were obviously not on the same page. However, Chen Biyue felt an evil and powerful force from this man. This should be the black magic that this man practiced. When the taming master was about to examine Chin-Chi-Chi, he suddenly frowned and glanced in the direction where Chen Biyue was hiding. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt as if he was being watched by some ferocious beast. But when he sensed it carefully, he found that the feeling was gone. Chen Biyue stood there quietly, allowing him to size him up. Not to mention the fact that he didn't have a physical body at the moment, it wasn't easy for him to be discovered. Even if a tame headmaster sensed it, he would only be able to sense a ball of yin energy. It was too shocking for yin specters to gain self-awareness. Even a yin lady like Di-Yin only had one white tiger by her side. As for the puppet doll, it was an exception. Chen Biyue felt his hands itching. If they weren't in the Chen family, he didn't want to disturb his father. He wanted to kill this man and woman at any time. Chapter 1705. Gu Xingyin looked at the puppet doll in surprise. How long had it been since it was created? It could actually speak human language. She was so happy that she quickly shouted, "Doll, come here." Chen Biyue opened his green eyes and looked at the naked body and the warm water in the pool. He was thinking. Should he go down? Or should he go down? However, just as he was thinking, Gu Xingyin finally remembered her current state. She couldn't bear her body in front of a self-aware doll, even if it was just a puppet. So she directly said, "Turn around, doll." When she said this, she had a commanding tone, like an adult talking to a naughty child. Then, under the effect of the contract, the puppet doll turned around without any resistance. Puppet Chen Biyue doll. When his body was finally under his control, he found that the person opposite him had put on a bathrobe and walked out of the pool. Chen Biyue looked at the person wrapped up tightly. In his lowered green eyes, there was a trace of regret. Gu Xingyin didn't notice. Of course, this was mostly because she didn't think that her little puppet doll could think of such complicated things. After resting and relaxing, it was time to get down to business. She sat on the bed and asked the puppet doll, "What did you see today?" If the puppet doll didn't have its own consciousness, Gu Xingyin would directly enter its consciousness and extract its memories. But now, Gu Xingyin thought that since the puppet doll had its own consciousness, it had become an independent individual. In this way, he could already be considered a special life form. Since it was a life form, it should be treated with enough respect. So, Gu Xingyin asked Chen Biyue. Her action made Chen Biyue sigh in relief. If she directly extracted the memories, the fact that he was Chen Biyue's soul couldn't be hidden from Gu Xingyin. Although he didn't think what would happen if this was known by the person in front of him, after the awkward meeting in the pool just now, he still felt a little strange. And most importantly, if she directly extracted the memories, his shameful thoughts, Chen Biyue put aside those distracting thoughts and slowly began to transmit everything he saw in the Chen family directly to Gu Xingyin's mind. Because it was his own choice, he omitted some things about his identity that Gu Xingyin didn't need to know. Gu Xingyin seemed to use the puppet doll's eyes to experience everything that Chen Biyue saw in the whole night. In fact, Gu Xingyin herself knew most of the things happened. Based on the puppet doll's probing, she could roughly tell that this taming master was no match for her at all. In this case, she thought silently and couldn't help but mutter, what kind of excuse should I find to try and wake up the eldest young master of the Chin family? She didn't notice that the puppet doll was shocked when it heard this. She actually wanted to wake it up. There was nothing more surprising than this. Gu Xingyin felt that her arm was poked. She looked down in confusion and found that a memory in her mind was repeated. There were only 7 chapters today. I really couldn't write anymore. There was a notice of leave at the top of the book review and comment section. I'll make up for it tomorrow. I'm really sorry. Chapter 1706. Gu Xingyin didn't understand. She looked through her memories. It was the scene of old man Chen politely accompanying a person from the Xian sect. At first, Gu Xingyin didn't understand what the doll meant. But after thinking for a bit, her eyes lit up. She looked at the doll. You're saying that you want me to recommend myself? Take the initiative to go to them? The doll nodded heavily. Chen Biuan knew that his father wouldn't be willing to give up any chance at this time. In old man Chen's eyes, the only suitable successor was his eldest son, Chen Biue. This wasn't because he favored sons over daughters. He just understood his own children. His eldest son, Chen Biue, was first class in both ability and temperament. If he took over the Chen family, he might be able to push the Chen family to another peak. As for his daughter, Chen Qiqi, she was ruthless but lacked ability. Her vision was also a bit lacking. When Chen Biue fell, the most anxious person was old man Chen. He knew very well that the Chen family had countless branches. Some of the more ambitious ones were eyeing the current Chen family. He could still suppress them now. If he was 100 years old, his eldest son would be fine, but his youngest daughter Qiqi. He wouldn't be able to suppress those greedy people. So these days, old man Chen had been sparing no effort to find an expert, hoping to wake his eldest son up. Gu Xingyin lowered her head and thought for a bit. She felt that this was feasible. She smiled at the doll and praised it. Doll, you're really amazing. The puppet doll just stared at Gu Xingyin with its green eyes. It flew over to her and perched on her shoulder, playing with her hair. Gu Xingyin didn't rest well the entire night. She was a bit tired and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Chen puppet doll Baiyu sat on her pillow and looked down at the person who was sleeping with her eyes closed. She was still the same. Her face was pale and her lips were purplish. She looked like a decadent but beautiful poppy, luring humans to be attracted to her like moths to a flame. Chen Biue was the one who was seduced. He remained motionless, staring at the person on the bed over and over again as if he was possessed. It was as if he would never get tired of looking at her. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Biue suddenly bent down. His body was too small. Even though he was sitting on the pillow, there was still some distance between him and Gu Xingyin's face. He crawled forward with his hands and feet. After crawling a few times, he finally came into contact with the person sleeping on the pillow. Chen Biue gently grabbed Gu Xingyin's hair with his small hand. Finally, he kissed Gu Xingyin's face. It felt so good. He grinned contentedly. The system that didn't need to rest as well, his hands were itching, but he had to endure it. Fortunately, after kissing Gu Xingyin, Chen Biue didn't do anything else. His small body curled up in the side of Gu Xingyin's neck. He closed his eyes and pretended to fall asleep with her. When Gu Xingyin woke up, it was already afternoon. She stretched lazily and tidied herself up. Then, she walked straight to the Chen family's house. Of course, the white tiger and the puppet doll were still in her pocket. When old Master Chen heard that someone wanted to see him, he felt a bit strange. The housekeeper said, "That guest looks a bit strange." She said that she came for young master. Chapter 1707. Old Master Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He personally walked to the door with his walking stick. When Gu Xingyin was alone in the hotel with the puppet, she would subconsciously reveal a trace of her nature. However, in front of outsiders, she would definitely maintain her noble and cold persona to the point that not even a drop of water could leak out. Old Master Chen looked at Gu Xingyin. He had some doubts in his heart. After all, Gu Xingyin did not look like a good person. But who was he? No matter what he thought in his heart, he would not show it on his face. Moreover, Old Master Chen had more contact with people like Gu Xingyin. He knew that some masters liked to pursue some unique styles, so he quickly recovered. He said politely, "I heard that master is here for my son. May I know how to address you?" Gu Xingyin's expression was indifferent, like the ice and snow on the cold mountain that never melted all year round. Her voice was equally cold. "Dean, I can save your son." Chen Bus sat in Gu Xingyin's pocket. Although his eyes were covered by the pocket, he could clearly see Gu Xingyin's appearance at this time. He had never seen his master like this. It was hard to imagine that such an arrogant, indifferent, and insufferably arrogant person was the same person who would laugh and stretch in private. Old Master Chen politely welcomed them into the house and ordered someone to serve tea. He asked straightforwardly, "Master Dean, which faction do you belong to? Do you have any requests that I can make?" Asking about Gu Xingyin's faction was just a casual question. The last sentence was the main point. Old Master Chen, who had lived for so many years, was not a young and impetuous boy. Naturally, he would not believe that a pie would fall from the sky. In his opinion, the person in front of him must have a request for the Chen family since she took the initiative to come to him and said that she could save his son. He never believed that there would be a great philanthropist in the world who would give without asking for anything in return. However, it was obvious that Gu Xingyin was going to make him miscalculate. She still had that cold expression on her face, and the words that came out of her mouth carried a hint of mockery. "There's nothing in your house that I'm interested in. I'm willing to cure your son today because I'm happy." Old Master Chen, he didn't deny that he was a little unhappy when he heard the other party's first sentence. After all, the other party's words were simply criticizing the Chen clan as if they were worthless. However, when he heard Gu Xingyin's second sentence, he began to have doubts again. What kind of reason was that? He carefully raised his head and looked at Gu Xingyin, but he could not find any clues from her expression. He knew that some people in the celestial sect of wonders were eccentric. They spoke and did things according to their own preferences. Could it be that this person was also one of those people? Gu Xingyin felt Old Master Chen's gaze and her voice suddenly became colder. Although her voice was cold, the bystanders could still tell that it was just her way of speaking. However, Old Master Chen could hear that the other party was a little unhappy from the tone of her voice. "If it weren't for the fact that I don't like the person who did it behind my back, what do you think the Chen family has that's worth me doing it personally?" Gu Xingyin flicked her sleeves coldly and said, "Since you're worried about my purpose, why should I come here to annoy you?" Chapter 1708. As she spoke, she actually lifted her foot and walked out without hesitation. Old Master Chen was shocked. He couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly walked up. He stopped Gu Xingyin and even bent down to apologize for his previous behavior. "Master, it's my fault for neglecting you. Please don't be angry." Gu Xingyin looked at him with a faint smile and said, "I just feel hungry. You need to know something. For example, if I really want to do something to young Master Chen and the Chen family, I don't need to come here personally." Old Master Chen knew that he was still angry because of his suspicion. He hurriedly apologized. In fact, Gu Xingyin just wanted to protect the character setting of Diyin. She didn't like to see an old man in his 50s grovel in front of her. So she softened her expression. "No need to apologize. Anyway, after this incident, we won't have any more interactions." Old Master Chen was delighted when he heard this. Judging from this master's words, she should agree to save his son. Chen Bue had been quietly staying in the pocket. He watched as his father bowed and apologized to a stranger for his sake. After all, that was his father. He blamed Gu Xingyin. Why was she so cold? But on second thought, Diyin and Chen Bue were just two strangers who didn't know each other. Dean was willing to save him. No matter what the purpose was, it was a great favor for the Chen family. Moreover, it was obvious that she was like this outside. People with abilities always had privileges. When their abilities were questioned, it was normal for them to be unhappy. Chen Biyue was still letting his imagination run wild. Gu Xingyin had already walked back into the living room of the Chen family. Gu Xingyin was not in the mood to make small talk. Take me to see her. Old Master Chen personally led Gu Xingyin upstairs. At this time, the door below was opened. Chen Qiqi, who was wearing a black professional dress, came back from outside with a bag. She immediately spotted Gu Xingyin, who was walking beside her father. Chen Qiqi knew Dean. At that time, she personally asked Dean to help, but Dean rejected her. Now, why did she come to the Chen family? Could it be that he wanted to expose what he had done? Chen Qiqi shouted, "Dad!" Grandpa Chen turned around and smiled apologetically at Gu Xingyin. That's my second daughter. Gu Xingyin did not say anything. Chen Qiqi rushed upstairs and looked at Gu Xingyin warily. However, she asked Old Master Chen, "Dad, who is this person?" Grandpa Chen said, "This is a master. He's here for your brother's health." Chen Qiqi's heart trembled. She had approached Dean because she had heard of his reputation. Father actually managed to get Dean to help. Could this person really be able to cure his brother? Moreover, she knew what she wanted to do at that time. Although Chen Qiqi did not say that he was targeting her brother, Chen Qiqi felt that he could definitely guess it based on Chen Biyue's current situation. She could not let her father believe Dean. Chen Qiqi glanced at Gu Xingyin and said to Grandpa Chen, "Father, do you know the background of these so-called masters?" "This person looks." Grandpa Chen shouted in a low voice, "Shut up." Chapter 1709. Old Master Chen looked at Gu Xingyin nervously. He had seen the master's temper before. What if his daughter angered the master again with her words? But this time, Gu Xingyin made him confused again. Because she was not angry at all. Not only was she not angry, but she looked at Chen Qiqi with a meaningful smile on her face. This was the first time Old Master Chen saw Master Dean smile since he saw her today. But Chen Qiqi did not feel that the smile was friendly at all. Instead, she felt as if an endless chill was being released from that smile, corroding every inch of her body. She couldn't help but shudder. Then, Gu Xingyin said, "Are you in a hurry to stop me because you feel guilty?" As soon as she said this, the faces of the other two people present darkened. Chen Qiqi flew into a rage out of humiliation, while Old Master Chen's expression was unreadable. Chen Qiqi was afraid that her father would doubt her because of Gu Xingyin's words, so she hurriedly explained, "Don't talk nonsense. Why would I feel guilty? I can't wait for my brother to get better as soon as possible. But you don't look like a decent master at all. In my opinion, you're clearly Chen Qiqi." Old Master Chen shouted sternly to stop her. Chen Qiqi quieted down. Old Master Chen said in a deep voice, "I'm going to ask the master to take a look at your brother. Go back to your room now. Don't make trouble without my permission." Chen Qiqi was a little unwilling. She said that she wanted to watch from the side. But before Gu Xingyin could say anything, Old Master Chen refused. Chen Qiqi could only go back unwillingly. Gu Xingyin followed Old Master Chen into Chen Biyue's room. The room was very clean and there was no unpleasant atmosphere. Obviously, this young master was well taken care of at home. Gu Xingyin walked to Chen Biyue's bed. Looking at his closed eyes, she suddenly bent down. Old Master Chen was shocked, and so was the puppet doll in Gu Xingyin's pocket. Because when Gu Xingyin leaned over, it really looked like she was going to kiss Chen Biyue who was lying on the bed. But Gu Xingyin did not. When she was still some distance away from Chen Biyue's face, she stopped. There was no smell at all. "It's not him." Gu Xingyin straightened up and began to observe the person in front of him. Old Master Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he must have been overthinking things just now. This master was clearly a cold and emotionless person. How could he have, discordant thoughts towards his own son? The puppet doll in Gu Xingyin's pocket was different. The moment he saw Gu Xingyin bending over, he almost jumped up in shock. Could it be that he and Diane knew each other, and there was some story that he had to tell before? Otherwise, it was hard to understand why she came all the way to the capital to save him. The puppet doll thought happily. But he really did not have any memory of knowing Diane. Moreover, he had never been to that valley, so it was impossible for him to know Diane. Seeing Gu Xingyin straightened up again without any expression and did not kiss him, the puppet doll felt a sense of regret. Then, he was once again shocked by Gu Xingyin's words. Gu Xingyin said faintly, "Take off his clothes." Chapter 17:10. There were only 2 people in the room. Gu Xingyin couldn't take off a man's clothes by herself. Of course, her words were directed at Old Master Chen. Old Master Chen didn't react for a moment. He looked at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin repeated her words. "If it's not convenient for you, you can find an outsider to take it off." Old Master Chen was sure that Gu Xingyin was really going to take off his son's clothes. He thought about it and didn't let anyone in. Instead, he walked forward himself. Because he had been in bed for a long time, Chen Biyue was wearing a set of convenient pajamas. It was easier to take them off. Old Master Chen took off his outerwear and looked hesitantly at Gu Xingyin, who was looking down. Gu Xingyin's voice didn't fluctuate at all. It was as if the person in front of her was just a stone or a blade of grass, not a naked man. "Take it all off." Old Master Chen was silent for a moment. Then, he took off his eldest son's clothes. The puppet doll that had been lying in Gu Xingyin's pocket. An inexplicable sense of shame surged in his mind. This thought came too suddenly and was too strong. Chen Biyue couldn't control himself and was caught by Gu Xingyin. Chen Biyue's entire body froze. He was afraid that Gu Xingyin would be suspicious. However, Gu Xingyin didn't suspect him. She thought that the puppet doll had never seen a naked human body before, so it was embarrassed. She comforted the puppet doll. "Doll, don't be afraid. It's just a normal human body. Doll is like this too." Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, Chen Biyue knew that she didn't suspect him. He sighed in relief. Then, the doll, who finally had time to think about other things, felt frustrated again. She didn't have any reaction to his body at all. Not to mention that she liked to be praised, she didn't even feel shy. Chen Biyue felt like he had failed. Just as he was about to reflect on his lack of charm, he saw Gu Xingyin walk up to him, and then, Chen Biyue's eyes widened. On the other side, Old Master Chen, who had been paying close attention to this side, also gasped. Gu Xingyin's hand started from the forehead of the person on the bed. Her index finger and middle finger slowly slid down. If it wasn't for Gu Xingyin's cold expression, as if she was just evaluating a lifeless object, her attitude would definitely be related to lust. Chen Biyue felt like he was about to burn up. Although he wasn't in his own body right now, he felt as if his soul was being ignited by Gu Xingyin's actions. He could not help but look at Gu Xingyin. This glance made his burning mind sober up quite a bit. Because Gu Xingyin's expression didn't show any emotion. It was as if the adult male body in front of her was no different from a weed by the roadside. At this moment, her hand had already reached Chen Biyue's heart. Then, her fingers paused. Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. Old Master Chen watched in horror. This master's fingers suddenly bent, and the purple-black long nails sank into his son's heart just like that. He didn't even have time to speak before he ran over. With such a sharp nail piercing into his chest, could his son still be saved? Chapter 17:11. Gu Xingyin naturally saw Old Master Chen's actions. "Don't come over." Old Master Chen didn't listen at all. That was his son. Gu Xingyin shouted in a low voice, "White tiger." A tiger's roar suddenly sounded in the room. A huge white tiger suddenly appeared in front of Old Master Chen. It was almost as tall as a normal person's chest. The tiger stood firmly in front of Old Master Chen. It arched its body and directly carried him to stand far away by the door. Old Master Chen opened his mouth and wanted to scold. He hated himself for not recognizing people clearly and causing harm to his son. His gaze fell on Gu Xingyin, but he suddenly paused. He didn't see any blood coming out from his son's wound. Gu Xingyin's 5 fingers were almost all inserted into Chen Biyue's chest. The situation was very similar to the legendary demon's heart. In such a situation, it should have been bloody. Old Master Chen didn't see any blood and his heart calmed down a little. Then, he saw Gu Xingyin's hand move. She slowly pulled her fingers out. As her fingers pulled out, Old Master Chen could clearly see that a thin black line seemed to be grasped by Gu Xingyin's hand. Slowly, it was pulled out of his son's heart. That thin line was still dancing crazily as if it had a life of its own. Old Master Chen was a little shocked when he saw it. However, Gu Xingyin grabbed it tightly with one hand and pulled it out. The thin line completely left Chen Biyue's body and appeared in the air. After it was exposed in the air, it suddenly disappeared as if it had met its natural enemy. However, Gu Xingyin could see it. Seeing that it was still trying to drill into the only normal person present, Old Master Chen, Gu Xingyin snorted coldly, "White tiger." The white tiger roared and suddenly opened its mouth. A huge suction force appeared in the void and completely swallowed the cluster of black fog that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Old Master Chen looked at this scene in shock. Although he had always been interested in metaphysics, this was the first time he had come into such close contact with it. Remembering something, he hurriedly ran out from behind the white tiger and ran to Chen Biyue's bed to look at him. Her son's chest was clean and smooth. Where was the slightest trace of injury? Knowing that he had misunderstood the master, Old Master Chen blamed himself. "I was really anxious just now. I'm really sorry for disturbing the master." Gu Xingyin waved her hand. "No need." The puppet doll had been watching silently. Even when Gu Xingyin's fingers reached into its body, it did not react at all. He knew that Gu Xingyin was trying to save him. When he saw what Gu Xingyin pulled out of his body, he finally understood why his body had been rejecting him earlier. It wasn't just because he had been separated from his soul for too long. More importantly, the existence of this thing was rejecting him. Old Master Chen came back to his senses and asked with lingering fear, "Master, that black thing just now, what was it?" Any normal person would feel a chill down their spine when they saw that thing drilling into a person's body. However, Gu Xingyin said, "You can put on your clothes now." Old Master Chen was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His son was still lying on the bed naked. He bent down to put on his son's clothes and heard the master slowly say, "He was bewitched." Chapter 17:12. Black Magic? Grandpa Chen was shocked. Of course, he had heard of black magic. But wasn't this kind of evil thing usually exclusive to Thailand and other countries? How did Bai offend someone like that in the capital? Grandpa Chen suppressed his thoughts and hurriedly asked what he was most concerned about. "Master, what about my son?" Gu Xingyin nodded. "After a while, at midnight tonight, I'll perform a spell to see if I can summon his soul back." Old Master Chen's face was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Master." He looked at the time and said, "Master, why don't you take a rest first? I'll ask the kitchen to make something to eat." When Gu Xingyin went out, it was close to night. She came over after dinner. Hearing that, she shook her head. "But, can you prepare a room for me? I need to rest." Grandpa Chen had no problem with that. In a villa like the Chen family's, there were usually many empty guest rooms. They were cleaned on a daily basis so that guests could stay in them. Gu Xingyin followed Grandpa Chen outside, leaving the white tiger in the room. Grandpa Chen was confused. Gu Xingyin explained, "The person behind this might know that I'm here to help young Master Chen. They might come to make trouble tonight." Grandpa Chen's expression turned serious when he heard that. He suddenly remembered what Gu Xingyin had said earlier. He suddenly asked in a low voice, "Master, do you know who the person behind this is?" Gu Xingyin didn't hide that she knew from the beginning. She nodded straightforwardly. She looked at Grandpa Chen's hesitant expression and suddenly said, "Don't ask me who it is. I've already said what I need to say. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Grandpa Chen was a little confused when he saw Gu Xingyin enter the room. How could he not understand after hearing those words? This master had said those words to Chi-Chi the moment she entered the room. Chi-Chi's reaction was indeed a little strange. Could it be that Chi-Chi was the one who attacked Bai Yu just like what the master said? Old Master Chen did not want to believe this possibility at all. His biological son and daughter were both his flesh and blood. Before he had concrete evidence, he would never believe that his daughter would do such a crazy thing to her brother. Gu Xingyin entered the room. She sat on the chair and finally relaxed. Although he was still indifferent, he didn't have the cold arrogance that he had in front of old Master Chen. The puppet doll automatically flew out of her pocket. Gu Xingyin looked at him in surprise. "What's the matter, baby?" Doll looked at her without blinking, then opened its mouth and said clearly, "Sleep." Gu Xingyin laughed. "I'm not tired." In her opinion, it was probably because she took the initiative to ask for a rest, and the little fellow thought that she was tired. Chen Biue looked at Gu Xingyin. As a contracted puppet, he knew that the consumption just now was nothing to die in. But when he thought about how she had to perform a ritual for him in the middle of the night, he wanted her to rest more. Thus, Gu Xingyin looked at the little doll in front of her. It seemed that he didn't hear her at all. She repeated, "Sleep." "Fine." Gu Xingyin helplessly thought that since there was nothing else, she might as well sleep. Chapter 17:13. Unfortunately, she wanted to sleep, but someone didn't allow her. Gu Xingyin was lying on the bed, and the puppet doll was nestled in her neck contentedly. However, someone knocked on the door. Gu Xingyin didn't respond, and the person pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Gu Xingyin like this, ordinary people should know not to continue to disturb her. But the person didn't know this. Chen Chi-Chi looked at Gu Xingyin, who was lying on the bed with a satisfied face, and felt a little angry in her heart. Is this woman purposely going against me? At that time, she had said all kinds of good things, but she was unwilling to help her. But now, she actually agreed to father's request and came to save brother. At this time, Chen Chi-Chi still didn't know that Gu Xingyin was not asked to come by old Master Chen, but she came to do charity for free. If she knew, she would probably vomit blood in anger. Chen Chi-Chi walked to the window and looked at Gu Xingyin in a low voice, "Why did you come to the capital?" As soon as she said this, Chen Biue, who was lying on Gu Xingyin's pillow and pretending to be a doll, was shocked. His sister actually knew Di-Yin. Gu Xingyin even maintained her lying position, and didn't care about Chen Chi-Chi's arrival at all. People who didn't respect others couldn't expect to be respected by others. The moment Chen Chi-Chi entered the door, she completely returned to her cold persona. Chen Chi-Chi was standing, while Gu Xingyin was lying down. But Chen Chi-Chi felt that the way Gu Xingyin looked at her was still so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Gu Xingyin seemed to be standing on a high place and looking down at her coldly. "The capital is so big. Can you decide who can and can't come?" In Chen Chi-Chi's entire life, she had never been treated with such blatant disdain. Because she was the daughter of the Chen family, she was surrounded by friends who knew her family background. Many people took the initiative to get close to and curry favor with her. In the past 2 years, Chen Chi-Chi had only felt this kind of look twice. The first time was when Di-Yin rejected her. The second time, it was still the same person. Chen Chi-Chi's expression turned ugly. "I don't care why you came to the capital. I spent a lot of money to hire you that day, but you refused to help me. What about now? But now, you're willing to save my brother." Gu Xingyin still looked cold and indifferent. "Because you made me unhappy. And now, I'm in a good mood." Chen Chi-Chi's face was ashen. She seemed to have realized that it was useless to talk back to the person in front of her. Although the other party was not the quick-witted type, he had the ability to make people gnash their teeth in hatred with every sentence. She came a little closer. "I warn you, Dean," she said. "It's best that you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect the little valley and the puppets in the Divine Dragon Mountain Range." Gu Xingyin pursed her lips in boredom. Chen Qiqi's words and actions were always like this. She would say nice things at the beginning, and then when she realized that the temptation didn't work, she would start to speak harshly. From the beginning to the end, her attitude was so annoying. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes. "Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about how to get over your brother's matter. Take care. I won't see you out." Chen Qiqi was so angry that she wanted to swear. Suddenly, she saw the little doll lying on Gu Xingyin's neck move. Then, it turned its head to look at her expressionlessly. A pair of green eyes stared at her. A cold feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. Chen Qiqi broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't even dare to say another word. She quickly opened the door and ran out. Chapter 17:14. Chen Qiqi ran back to her room in one breath. After closing the door tightly, she was still a little scared. She always felt that the terrifying doll's eyes seemed to be haunting her all the time. Even if she couldn't see it now, she still felt that the pair of cold eyes with murderous intent stayed in her mind. She ran to the bed, turned on all the lights in the room, and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Then she took out her mobile phone and called the witch doctor, "Hello," in Gu Xingyin's room. After Chen Qiqi left, Gu Xingyin grabbed the puppet doll beside the pillow. "Who taught you to scare people like this?" Although the words were slightly reproachful, everyone could hear the laughter in the tone. The waist of the puppet doll was grabbed by Gu Xingyin. He struggled a few times, but he still couldn't free himself from Gu Xingyin's big palm. Gu Xingyin wanted to let him go at first, but when he saw the fair and tender little dumpling waving his short limbs and struggling in his hand, he suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth. She smiled and looked at the little ball waving his hands and feet. Until the little ball seemed to understand her thoughts, he calmed down and stopped moving. Gu Xingyin laughed out loud. She still lay on the bed, put the little ball on her body, and let go of her hand. Chen Biyue looked at her silently. He felt that he couldn't tell her that the soul in the puppet doll was Chen Biyue. Gu Xingyin looked at the fat ball sitting with a straight face. She couldn't help but smile. "Are you angry?" Chen Biyue looked at her smile and was stunned. He didn't even hear what she asked clearly. Gu Xingyin looked at the puppet doll's expressionless face. Even its eyes were in a daze. He couldn't help but raise his body slightly and kiss the doll's delicate and cold face. "Don't be angry. I'm just kidding." As Gu Xingyin had inherited Diane's memories, he roughly understood that these puppets that could develop self-awareness were no different from ordinary human children in terms of intelligence. They were attached to their creator like family members. That was why Gu Xingyin kissed him. Chen Biyue never thought that he could get such a benefit. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the left side of his face where he was kissed. Fortunately, the puppet couldn't blush. Otherwise, Chen Biyue felt that his face would be burning. Then, Gu Xingyin saw a small figure pouncing on him, and he felt a chill on his face. The puppet doll followed suit and planted a kiss on his face. Gu Xingyin felt that her heart was going to melt. Chen Biyue buried his head in Gu Xingyin's neck and secretly despised himself for pretending to be young. But if he had to choose again, the righteous young master of the Chen family said that he would still kiss her. Gu Xingyin and the puppet doll were in a good mood. On the other side, Chen Qiqi's phone call with the taming master ended. After ending the call, Chen Qiqi's heart calmed down a little. But when she looked at the time, her body reflexively shivered. Ever since she was poisoned by the yin energy, although the taming master helped her control it, it became harder and harder to control the yin energy in her body every night. Chapter 17:15. Just like now. Chen Qiqi only felt that the coldness seeping out from the innermost part of her body, from her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, was about to freeze her. She turned the heater in the room to the maximum. Her forehead was sweating because it was hot. But her body was still shivering inside. Before Chin-Chi-Chi had experienced this feeling, she would never have thought that there would be such a way of torturing people in this world. Chin-Chi-Chi, who had experienced it countless times, knew that this was just the beginning. When it was later, the coldness would be worse. At that time, it would be better to die than to live. 11 o'clock. The whole villa of the Chen family was quiet. The servants had gone to bed. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, Old Master Chen didn't tell anyone that he would perform the ritual for his son at midnight. A black shadow quietly appeared at the gate of the Chen family. Then, the shadow passed through the alloy gate that was strong enough to block bullets as if it was a real shadow. Following the darkness, it came to the door of a room on the second floor. According to what he knew, this was Chen Biyue's room. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the closed door. The room was quiet. There was only a human-shaped bulge on the bed. It was Chen Biyue, the eldest young master of the Chen family, who was sleeping there. The black shadow rushed at Chen Biyue in a very fast way. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was going to crash into his body. Just as it was about to reach the bed, an earth-shattering roar of a tiger suddenly rang in its ears. Then, a strong suction force came from behind. The white fox swallowed the black shadow in one gulp. Puff! In an apartment not far from the Chen family, the tame headmaster, whose head was full of official inscriptions, changed his expression and spat out a mouthful of blood. The opponent is too strong, he seemed to have a premonition. He forced his injured body to pack up the things in the room and went out. No one in the Chen family's villa was awakened. Those who should be asleep were asleep. Those who couldn't sleep were waiting for the arrival of midnight. Except for the black shadow, no one else seemed to have heard the earth-shattering roar of the tiger. 11:30. Gu Xingyin's door was gently knocked. She turned on the light and got up to open the door. As expected, the person standing outside was Old Master Chen, who was neatly dressed. Old Master Chen was still dressed the same way he did during the day. He looked very energetic. Obviously, he was one of the people who couldn't sleep that night. Sorry to disturb you, Master. It's just that the time is coming and I'm very nervous. Old Master Chen didn't lie about his feelings at all. When his eldest son, Chen Biyue, had been in a coma for so long, he had looked for countless masters. But every time his hope had been ignited, it had been extinguished by the ruthless reality. This time, no matter what, at least this grandmaster was more trustworthy than the previous ones. Gu Xingyin said faintly, I can understand the affection between father and son. Let's go. She walked into Chen Biyue's room. When she turned on the light, she suddenly said, by the way, not long ago, someone tried to attack the person in bed. Old Master Chen was shocked. Bai Yu was already in such a state, yet there were still people who didn't want to let him go? No, it was very likely that someone knew that he might wake up, so they couldn't wait to make a move before that happened. Old Master Chen's heart turned cold. How many people knew about this today? Chapter 17:16. Old Master Chen closed his eyes tightly, not allowing himself to think about that possibility. When his eldest son woke up, a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. Those who did something wrong had to pay the price. Gu Xingyin walked to Chen Biyue's bed. She looked at the pale man. He was not dead, which meant that his soul was still alive in some corner of this world. As long as his soul was still alive, she was confident that she could pull him back. She turned around. Mr. Chen, please stay away from me. White tiger. The white tiger howled to show that it understood. It followed Old Master Chen to a corner. Its master asked it to protect Old Master Chen. Gu Xingyin did not need to do much preparation. She cut her middle finger and dripped a drop of blood on Chen Biyue's forehead. Strangely enough, when the blood landed on Chen Biyue's forehead, it didn't move and automatically condensed into a round and smooth blood bead. It was as if a cinnabar mole had grown in the middle of that person's forehead. Contrasting with his pale skin, there was a strange and bewitching beauty to it. Then Gu Xingyin picked up one of Chen Bue's hands and used her fingernails to cut the tip of his middle finger, squeezing out a drop of blood. The drop of blood fell on Gu Xingyin's palm and did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into a small crimson blood bead and rolled around. Gu Xingyin sat cross-legged on the floor. She threw the blood bead into the air. The blood bead fell to Gu Xingyin's head and stopped falling. It was as if it was imprisoned in the air by some mysterious force and kept spinning. Gu Xingyin started to close her eyes and murmured something softly. Old Master Chen listened and felt that the words were very obscure. He could not understand. As he listened, he felt that his vision was a little blurry and his mind started to feel dizzy. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his hand. Old Master Chen woke up and realized that the white tiger beside him had bitten him. However, it obviously knew its limits and did not bite through his skin. Knowing that it was helping him, Old Master Chen thanked it. White Tiger let out a low roar. Old Master Chen realized that he couldn't hear anything. He looked towards Gu Xingyin's direction and saw that the small pearl on her head was emitting rings of red light. The faint blood-red light rippled outwards, spreading to an unknown distance. Gu Xingyin knew. As long as she wanted to, this light could cover all the places that her spiritual consciousness could reach. As long as Chen Bue's soul was within this range, it would be drawn back here by his blood. Her pocket suddenly moved. However, Gu Xingyin, who was in a meditative state, could not see it. Old Master Chen looked strangely at the white and fat doll that came out of the master's pocket. He didn't know that this was a puppet, and he found it strange. Could it be that the Grandmaster's child was so different from the rest? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to breathe if you keep it in your pocket? Then, he was surprised to find that the little doll, which was only the size of his hand, was flying. Old Master Chen silently retracted his previous thoughts. If the Grandmaster's child could fly, what was so strange about raising it in her pocket? Chen Bue floated in midair. At this moment, he could already feel the strong calling from his body. The doll's body suddenly started to tremble violently. Gu Xingyin seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes in confusion. Chapter 1717. She looked at the puppet doll not far away from her. It seemed to be experiencing some kind of pain, and its face was distorted. Old Master Chen looked at this scene worriedly. He couldn't hear anything, so he didn't understand what was going on. Of course, even if he could hear, he wouldn't know what was going on. Gu Xingyin had a vague guess. Her incantation stopped in its tracks. Those blood-red lights were meant to find Chen Bue's spirit, but it seemed like there was no need for that now. The blood droplet above her head suddenly turned into a blur and flew straight towards the puppet doll's forehead in midair. The droplet of blood seeped into the puppet doll's forehead and disappeared under its skin. Gu Xingyin suddenly stood up. When she saw this scene, what else did she not know? It turned out that the eldest young master of the Chen family had been by her side all this time. She stood up and stared at the puppet doll, who seemed to be in extreme pain. Although Chen Bue's mind was occupied by the tearing pain in his body, he kept a part of his attention on Gu Xingyin. He saw Gu Xingyin stand up and look at him. Her expression changed from one of worry to one of understanding, and finally to one of calmness. At that moment, he actually panicked. After all, he had been with Gu Xingyin for such a long time, and he had a certain understanding of her personality. This person was naturally cold-hearted. If he wasn't her puppet, he wouldn't even be able to get a glance from her, right? Furthermore, he definitely couldn't let her know that he had memories of the time he spent with her. Chen Bue could only think of this. Soon, he couldn't think of anything else. Because it was just too painful. It was the kind of living thing that separated one's soul from the puppet body that one was used to. At this moment, White Tiger also removed the restrictions on Old Master Chen's body. Old Master Chen looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He looked at Gu Xingyin. Grandmaster, what's going on? Gu Xingyin glanced sideways at him and said faintly, your son's soul accidentally entered the puppet I refined. Now, it's being separated from the puppet's body. Old Master Chen's eyes widened. Didn't they say that their son was bewitched? How did he become a puppet? However, there was an even greater worry in his heart that he didn't voice out. Then, Grandmaster, will Baiyu be alright? Gu Xingyin shook her head. Don't worry, it's just some pain. Once his soul is free, I'll find a way to let him return to his body. When the time comes, you can go find a righteous Dao Xian sect sorcerer and ask for a soul-subduing talisman for him. After a period of time, there will be no problem. Old Master Chen was relieved when he heard this. It didn't take long. 12 o'clock midnight sharp. The puppet doll in midair suddenly began to emit wisps of black mist, spreading towards the surroundings. The temperature in the room instantly dropped. Gu Xingyin said in a low voice, "Stay away." Old Master Chen hurriedly retreated. Gu Xingyin reached out with her left hand. The black mist that was spreading outward seemed to have found a target and rushed towards her body. Old Master Chen could clearly see that Gu Xingyin's long black hair had already condensed into a large patch of white frost. Chapter 17-18. He looked at it worriedly, but he knew that he could not help at all. Slowly, the black weapons dissipated. At the same time, the pain on the puppet doll's face disappeared. In Gu Xingyin's sight, he could see a transparent white halo coming out of the puppet doll's body. The halo did not move after leaving the puppet doll's body. It just floated in the air quietly. It was also at that moment that Gu Xingyin's heart trembled. The contract between her and the puppet doll was broken. She looked at the white halo. Although she could not guess its direction, she could feel that it was staring at her. "Well," she said coldly, "now, you can go back to your body." The ball of light didn't move. Gu Xingyin raised his hand and waved his sleeve gently. The white ball of light flew uncontrollably toward Chen Biyue's body and sank into his body. Old Master Chen heard Gu Xingyin talking to the void just now. He couldn't see anything, but he could roughly guess that there was something there. He asked carefully, "Master Dean, what was that?" Gu Xingyin said, "Your son's soul has returned to his body." As she spoke, she walked forward and stretched out a hand to feel Chen Biyue's glabella. With a frown, Gu Xingyin reached out his hand and took out a small puppet from his bag. The puppet was very small, about the size of a human thumb. There was a lifelike beast carved on it. Grandpa Chen felt that the beast was familiar, but he could not recognize it. Gu Xingyin did not want to explain it to him. She gave the thing to Chen Xiaoye. Chen Xiaoye's soul will not be stable these days. You can put this under his pillow or hang it on his neck. He will wake up after 3 days. He can't leave this thing for 10 days. Grandpa Chen remembered it all. At this moment, a "Kacha" sound suddenly came from the room. Grandpa Chen and Gu Xingyin looked over at the same time. The puppet doll in the air started to crack from its forehead to its whole body. Then it fell down and shattered into pieces. Grandpa Chen could not help but take a big step back. In his eyes, the puppet doll looked just like a real baby. When he saw this scene, he really couldn't accept it. Gu Xingyin said lightly, "It's just a puppet." As she spoke, she slowly walked over, bent down, and placed a clean handkerchief on the ground. Then, she picked up all the shards one by one. Old Master Chen's fearful expression suddenly froze. He looked at Gu Xingyin's movements. She was so careful and cherishing it. In hindsight, he realized that this doll was probably very precious to the puppet master in front of him. But because of Baiyu, the doll became like this. Grandpa Chen sighed. He was not a saint. He could not run to Gu Xingyin and say some kind words. Even if he knew that he had to pay a price for his son's return, he would still do it. He just walked up to Gu Xingyin and said in a low voice, "The Chen family will never forget Master's great kindness. If there's anything you need in the future, the Chen family will not hesitate to help." Chapter 17-19. Gu Xingyin carefully wrapped the pieces she picked up and put them into her backpack. She got up and turned to old Master Chen, saying, "I told you that I decided to save your son because I'm in a good mood. If I'm in a bad mood, I won't look back even if your son dies immediately." So, you don't have to thank me. Old Master Chen was still smiling. Although it's a piece of cake for you, it's a life-saving grace for the Chen family. The Chen family will never be ungrateful people. His words made Gu Xingyin secretly admire him. But on the surface, she just said coldly, "It's up to you." She called the white tiger and turned to walk to the window. Old Master Chen shouted behind her, "Master, it's getting late. You should rest for the night and tomorrow." The rest of his words disappeared in his throat. Old Master Chen looked at the strangely dressed puppet master sitting on the white tiger. The man and the tiger leaped toward the window and disappeared. He hurriedly looked out of the window. He saw that the white tiger had landed safely. After a few leaps, the man's figure could no longer be seen. He was indeed a weird-tempered master. The next day, Gu Xingyin bought a plane ticket back to her valley. Since the matter here had been solved, there was no need for her to stay. As for Chenqiqi, when Gu Xingyin left the capital, she secretly gave her a small gift. In the original plot, she burned Dean to death with fire. In this life, Gu Xingyin would let her have a taste of the same feeling. But it was not fire, but ice. She planted the seed of evil in Chenqiqi's body. As long as she wanted, she could take Chenqiqi's life at any time and make her suffer a fate worse than death. But she was not in a hurry. Gu Xingyin still wanted to see how the Chen family would deal with the woman who dared to kill her own brother. Chenqiqi could no longer cause any trouble. Gu Xingyin listened to the system's words. The taming master probably knew that the opponent was too powerful and was afraid that he would be implicated. He had already run out of the imperial capital that very night. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyin sneered, Chenqiqi even found such an unreliable man. Abandoning his woman at the critical moment was not something an ordinary man could do. Thinking about it, the taming master and Chenqiqi were just cooperating with each other. It was obviously unrealistic to expect people like them to die for others. 3 days later. A refreshing breeze blew in through the open window. The curtains moved slightly. The man's eyelashes. Chen's mind was in a mess. He felt like he had a very strange dream. The dreamland was grotesque and variegated, filled with all sorts of inconceivable things. Ugh! He hugged his head and moaned in pain. Old Master Chen, who stayed in his son's room most of the time, thought that he was hallucinating. He suddenly turned to look at his son. Sure enough, he saw that the eyes that had been closed for more than a month trembled a few times and opened. Biyue. Old man Chen's voice trembled. His eyes turned red at this moment. Chen Biyue was still not used to the sudden bright environment. He paused for a while before calling out, "Dad." After saying that, Chen Biyue realized that his voice was abnormally hoarse. "What's wrong with me?" 3 chapters first, see you later. It's almost the end of the month. If you have a monthly ticket, give me a ticket. Chapter 17:20. Grandpa Chen hurriedly helped him to sit up. Only then did Chen Biyue realize that his body was completely soft and had no strength at all. Just this small movement of getting up made his head dizzy. Grandpa Chen poured a cup of warm water that he had prepared for a long time and handed it over. Chen Biyue took it and drank it. It was a little salty. Obviously, he had thought about his body and added something. After slowly drinking the cup of water, Chen Biyue sorted out his messy thoughts. Grandpa Chen just looked at him and waited for him to slowly come to his senses. Chen Biyue recalled his previous memories. That morning, he suddenly felt his vision go black and then he lost consciousness. Later, he seemed to be in a gray place. He couldn't see anything and couldn't come into contact with anyone. Later, his expression was a little blank. The only thing he remembered was the pain that seemed to tear his soul apart, but he couldn't remember anything else. What exactly did he experience? Old Master Chen looked at his son's blank expression. He was afraid that this experience would damage his memory, so he quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He hurriedly asked, "Biyue, do you still remember what happened before?" Chen Biyue replied, "I remember that on the morning of the 14th, I was preparing to go to the company, then, he didn't say anything else. But Grandpa Chin knew what happened next. He had just returned from his morning exercise when he heard that the family was in chaos. He heard that the young master had fainted. At that time, they all thought that Chen Biue was under too much pressure at work. However, after he was sent to the hospital, the doctor couldn't find anything wrong with him. Grandpa Chen didn't believe it. He went to several hospitals and found all kinds of experts, but still couldn't find the reason for Chen Biue's condition. It wasn't until later that Grandpa Chen started to come into contact with some metaphysical masters that he realized that his eldest son might have been plotted against. Thinking of this, he was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Biue, do you know who is targeting you this time?" Chen Biue looked up at his father. The moment he heard this sentence, the name of his sister, Chen Qiqi, flashed across his mind. Then, he turned back time. The day before he fainted, when he came back from work, he happened to see his sister enter his room. At that time, he thought it was strange and asked Chen Qiqi what she was doing. How did Chen Qiqi reply at that time? Her expression was a little unnatural. She forced a smile and said, "Well, I don't have anything to do today, so I came to see if you need me to help clean up." Now that he thought about it, this sentence was full of holes. There were servants in charge of cleaning the house. Why would he need Chen Qiqi? But at that time, he didn't care so much and just smiled and refused. He hesitated for a moment. Old Master Chen saw that he didn't speak, so he suddenly asked, "Is it Qiqi?" Chen Biue looks up in surprise. "Dad, why do you say that?" Old Master Chen's face was a little cold. "Your condition was cured by a master." That master almost said clearly who was behind all of this. "Master?" Chen Biue frowned. Why couldn't he remember anything? He felt that he must have forgotten something important in his mind. However, that area was dusky, and as soon as he got close, he felt a stabbing pain in his head. Chapter 1721. He couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hand. Seeing his son like this, old Master Chen was a little flustered. "What's wrong? Does your head hurt?" Chen Biue shook his head. He found that as long as he didn't think about that, he wouldn't feel that tingling sensation. "So, what did he forget?" He asked, "What's wrong? Why don't I know anything about it?" Hearing this, old Master Chen explained, "I don't know either. I only know that the master is called Diyin. She's a puppet master." Diyin. Puppet master. When Chen Biue heard these two names, a pale and delicate face flashed before his eyes. Right. She was Diyin. How could she be? Apart from her appearance, Chen Biue couldn't remember anything else. Chen Biue had already made a decision in his heart, "I'm going to find her." Old Master Chen was still saying. "This master came looking for you himself. After treating you, he left." Chen Biue nodded. He remembered the topic that the father and son had talked about before. "Dad, call Qiqi over," Chen Biue said. Old Master Chen's expression froze. But after a moment, he didn't say anything and left with his cane. When he came in again, apart from Old Master Chen and Chen Qiqi, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes followed behind him. He was the butler that the father and son trusted the most. Chen Qiqi was very nervous when she entered the door. Because she knew that her brother was awake. Generally speaking, people with ulterior motives would be worried about all kinds of things. For example, Chen Qiqi felt that her brother already knew the truth. When her brother woke up, it would be the time for her to be exposed. In fact, to a certain extent, she was right. Chen Biue looked straight at Chen Qiqi. His gaze made Chen Qiqi very uncomfortable. Chen Qiqi shrank a little. She tried to calm herself down and said to Chen Biue with a smile, "Brother, you're finally awake." She didn't get a response from Chen Biue. Chen Biue still stared at her and said in a hoarse voice, "Chen Qiqi, I think I'm a qualified brother." "Why did you do such a thing?" Chen Qiqi panicked. "Brother, what are you talking about?" What is it? Did you misunderstand something? Old Master Chen also looked at his daughter. He hoped more than anyone else that Chen Qiqi did not do this. Chen Biyue only said coldly, "Don't quibble anymore. Chen Qiqi, I know your deal with that tame headmaster, and even your conversation. You won't even let your own brother off. You're really heartless." Chen Qiqi shuddered. He even knew about black magic masters. As expected, as long as Chen Biyue didn't die, nothing could be hidden. Her panicked expression suddenly calmed down. Chen Qiqi looked coldly at Chen Biyue and Grandpa Chen. She said coldly, "Yes. Chen Biyue, I had someone cast black magic on you." Although Old Master Chen was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sway when he heard his daughter admit it. This evil creature. Chen Qiqi probably felt that she had already been exposed, so she didn't have to hold back anymore. She looked at Old Master Chen. There was no longer any admiration or worship in her eyes. Instead, it was slowly filled with resentment. Resentment, Old Master Chen realized that his daughter actually hated him. Chapter 1722. Chen Qiqi said coldly, "I know that in other people's eyes, I'm the spoiled daughter of the Chen family. I wear big brands and live in villas." Her eyes were filled with disdain. "But what's the use of that? Because I'm a daughter, because I'm the youngest, this huge Chen family won't be mine in the future. Compared to those huge assets, what I've enjoyed is nothing." Chen Biyue's voice was calm. "So you're unwilling to give up and want to kill your own brother?" He had always been in Chen Qiqi's eyes. When he said that, Chen Qiqi panicked. But soon, she had nothing to lose. "Yes. As long as you're dead, I'll be the only heir of the Chen family. So what if Dad doesn't like me? The Chen family can only be left to me. I will let him see that this daughter of mine is no worse than you, her big brother." Pfft. Chen Biyue snorted in disdain. Chen Qiqi narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean? Chen Biyue, are you looking down on me like my dad?" She raised her voice. "What's there to be proud of? Chen Biyue, you were just born a few years earlier than me. You're a man who can carry on the family line. If I were in your position, I could do the same. Do you believe me?" Chen Biyue didn't respond to her. Instead, it was Old Master Chen who spoke. His voice was steady. "You're wrong, Qiqi." Chen Qiqi's eyes trembled. Old Master Chen said, "The Chen family has never chosen an heir based on age or gender. Have you forgotten your grandmother?" Chen Qiqi turned her face away, unwilling to believe it. Old Master Chen continued, "Do you remember the 10 million I gave you when you were 18? Chen Qiqi finally looked up. Old Master Chen looked at her. "I remember that you used it to buy a sports car and used the rest to buy bags and big brands. You went out with your friends. But you know, when your brother was 18, I gave him 10 million too." Chen Qiqi seemed to realize something and her face paled. Sure enough, Old Master Chen's next words made her fall into a daze. "At that time, your brother used this 10 million to invest with a few of his friends to establish the current Imperial Valley Hotel. The Imperial Valley Hotel was a famous 5-star hotel chain in the country. There were 2 of them in the capital alone, and they could be found in the bustling areas of every provincial capital." Old Master Chen sighed. "Have you always thought that the Imperial Valley under your brother's name was left to him by me? You're wrong. That's the result of his hard work. And you, Qiqi, your starting point is the same." Chen Qiqi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She suddenly said to Old Master Chen, "Why didn't you tell me, Dad? I thought it was just my birthday present. Who knows what kind of stupid test it is?" Old Master Chen's expression was calm. "Yes, this is just one of the tests. Let me tell you again. When you're 20 years old, I will let you." Chen Qiqi never knew that ever since she became an adult, the seemingly casual things that her father asked her to do were actually tests set up by the family for the future successor. She, on the other hand, had completely and utterly lost. After old Master Chen finished speaking, he looked at her quietly. This was not a decision made by me alone. The entire Chen family watched. Chi-Chi, it's not that I'm biased, but the more power you have, the more responsibility you have to bear. 6 chapters. There were still updates, but whether it was 8 or 10,000 today depended on the situation. Chapter 1723. Chen Chi-Chi, who was in a daze, was brought back to her room by the housekeeper. The father and son fell into silence. After a long while, Grandpa Chen spoke first. "Bua, what do you plan to do?" Chen Bua said, "Dad, you know my character." He raised his head without any expression on his face. "It's not about what I want to do, but, can you accept Chen Chi-Chi?" Grandpa Chen sighed. Chen Bua knew in his heart that when his father asked this question, he had already expressed his attitude. If he didn't care and let Chen Bua do whatever he wanted, he wouldn't have probed like this. Grandpa Chen was silent for a long time before he finally said, "I only have you and your sister in my life. When your mother left, she told me to take good care of you." Chen Bua didn't speak when Grandpa Chen mentioned his mother who had passed away. Grandpa Chen waited for a long time before his son spoke. "I know." Grandpa Chen said in a low voice, "I'm sorry about this. I know it's unfair to you." Chen Bua shook his head. "There's no such thing as fairness in this kind of thing." Grandpa Chen got up and said, "Have a good rest. Don't think about anything during this period of time. Focus on getting your body back." Chen Bua nodded. After Grandpa Chen left, Chen Bua slowly lay down. He thought a lot. Chen Chi-Chi's matter, his family's matter, and the mysterious puppet master. The last one was like a forbidden zone for Chen Bua. The only thing he knew was her appearance. It seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. But other than that, Chen Bua couldn't think of anything else related to her. Wait until everything is over here. He was going to find her. Gu Xingyin was quite happy during this period of time. She returned to her small valley, bought a car, and bought a lot of things. In this way, Gu Xingyin comforted herself that she lived in a mountain villa. Her puppets had been summoned back by her. After all, Chen Chi-Chi probably didn't want to take revenge on her anymore. She asked the system to monitor the Chen family's situation at all times. After Chen Bua woke up, he only spent the first month recuperating. Afterwards, he slowly began to move. Chen Chi-Chi was under his control in the Chen family. Her phone, computer, and other electronic devices were all monitored. Chen Chi-Chi had no way of contacting the outside world. The next step was to take out those who were ready to make trouble and teach them a lesson. When he regained control of the Chen family, Chen Bua finally put Chen Chi-Chi's matter on the table. He couldn't lock Chen Chi-Chi up at home for the rest of her life. Chen Bua's actions during this period of time made Grandpa Chen very satisfied. His son's methods were ruthless and experienced, completely unlike a young man in his 20s. With the Chen family in his hands, there was no need to worry about the future. In the end, the punishment for Chen Chi-Chi came out. She was sent abroad and given a large sum of money, enough for her to live a luxurious life abroad. The only condition was that he had to live under Chen Bua's control for the rest of his life, and unless Chen Bua changed his mind, he was not allowed to return to the country. This was equivalent to a different form of house arrest. Chapter 1724. Of course, Chen Chi-Chi was dissatisfied. But no matter how dissatisfied she was, it was useless. Her father, who had always doted on her, shut his mouth. And her brother didn't say anything at all. Chen Bua even said, "This is the best future I can give you. Chen Chi-Chi, don't forget that what you want is my life." Chen Chi-Chi looked at her brother's cold side profile and suddenly understood. The sibling relationship between her and him had been broken after what she had done. She didn't say anything more. She packed her things and chose to leave. She completely understood that if she didn't leave, what awaited her wouldn't be a good place. Chen Bua listened to his subordinates report that Chen Chi-Chi had successfully arrived at the place he had arranged. he told old Master Chen. He said in a low voice, if you can't bear to part with her, you can visit her in the future. Even so, he didn't mention anything about changing his mind. However, old Master Chen shook his head and said, no, it's better for her to bear the consequences of her own mistakes. Let her come back and kowtow to me when I'm 100 years old. Chen Biue was silent. Spend the rest of her life in luxury? Gu Xingyin silently watched the Chen family's handling of the matter. She could understand. After all, Chen Qiqi was the Chen family's blood relative. It would be unreasonable if she really used any extreme means. However, old Master Chen and Chen Biue were Chen Qiqi's blood relatives, so she could be forgiven for anything. Gu Xingyin wasn't, and neither was Dean. On the first night of Chen Qiqi's new home, she couldn't sleep because of the cold. The next day, she went to the doctor in a mess and told them what had happened to her, but no one believed her, because there was nothing wrong with the test results. The news spread to the Chen family on the other side of the ocean. Even old Master Chen only thought that his daughter was playing tricks to come back. For the first time, Chen Qiqi experienced what it was like to have no one to turn to for help. However, this was just the beginning. From that night onwards, every night, from midnight onwards, she would fall into that terrible feeling. She seemed to see her naked body surrounded by ice shackles. The piercing cold seeped into her limbs and bones, freezing her flesh and freezing her cells to death. The numbness and dull pain slowly eroded her body. When she woke up the next morning, Chen Qiqi even thought that she was dead. She went to the hospital like a madwoman, but the result was the same. Later, she stopped going to the hospital and went to the nearby church to pray, asking the priest to save her. However, it was useless. Every night, she felt like she would experience death. In just a short span of 10 days, Chen Qiqi woke up numbly one morning and was shocked to find that her hair had turned white. The woman in the mirror had a numb expression, lifeless eyes, and pale skin. She looked like a woman in her 30s. Was that really her? Chen Qiqi felt like she was going crazy. Gu Xingyin just looked on coldly. Since he had such thoughts, he had to be prepared to bear the consequences. Otherwise, how would Chen Qiqi know how those who died by her hands felt when they died? This was a verdant valley. Chen Biue was wearing simple casual clothes, looking at the dense forest in a daze. He had asked a lot of people about it, and with his amazing intuition, he finally found this place. Would she really be here? Chapter 1725. Chen Biue walked through the forest. Gu Xingyin, who had never paid special attention to non-mission targets, did not notice that someone had found this place. She was sitting on the grass in front of the small wooden house, with a piece of cloth spread out in front of her. On it was the broken puppet doll. Gu Xingyin was a little distressed. With the puppet doll in this state, it seemed that there was only one way left, to refine it again. Anyway, this doll had no consciousness of its own. Gu Xingyin was still a little sad when she thought of this. She really liked the doll that liked to stick to her. No wonder she felt that the doll was very smart. It turned out that it was not a consciousness condensed by a normal Yin spirit at all. It was originally a normal human being. How could a human who once had normal thinking not be smart? Gu Xingyin was lost in her thoughts when her expression suddenly changed. Someone was coming. When Chen Biue walked here, he saw two very unique buildings among the trees and flowers at a glance. One was a small wooden house. The structure of the small wooden house was similar to a normal house, but the outside was plated with a layer of red material. A completely red house was placed in the middle of a mountain forest where few people would go. The other building was even stranger. From Chen Biue's experience, it looked very much like the tent-like buildings commonly used by nomads. This building was completely opposite to the wooden house on the side. Every part of it was silver white. The color and brightness of the building were as if the outer layer was plated with a layer of silver. He did not see anyone. But Chen Biue knew that he was not in the wrong place. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart and continued to walk forward. He wanted to see the master who was said to have saved his life. He wanted to figure out why he was so obsessed with her. Before he got close to the house, he was suddenly blocked by a person who suddenly appeared from the grass. There was someone else here. Chen Biue was about to speak when he took a closer look and realized that the person in front of him was not a real person at all. She had the height of an ordinary person, and her appearance was lifelike. If he did not look carefully, he really could not tell that she was not a real person. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would be able to tell that no matter how lifelike the puppet was, it was still lacking in agility compared to a real person. Their eyes would never focus, and their expressions would never change. That is, unless their master gave them special instructions. Strangers are forbidden from approaching. The puppet suddenly spoke. His tone was a little stiff, as if something was grinding on a piece of wood, without the slightest hint of emotion. Chen Biue was surprised and cooperatively took 2 steps back. I'm Chen Biue. I'm here to thank Master Dian for saving my life. No one responded to him. Chen Biue didn't give up. He continued to shout, I'm Chen Biue. I'm here to thank Master Dian for saving my life. Gu Xingyin was listening in the room. Just as she was about to ask them to leave, she suddenly paused. She looked in the direction of the sound. There was a thick wall blocking her view, but at that moment, her gaze seemed to penetrate all obstacles and landed on the person outside the house. Gu Xingyin raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw it. It's actually him. Chapter 1726. After Chen Biue shouted the second time, he was about to shout the third time. He saw that the red wooden hut on the left had opened by itself. A black figure appeared at the door. Chen Biue looked over subconsciously and was suddenly stunned. Countless memories flooded into his mind and drowned him. From the moment he opened his mouth to the end. Gu Xingyin saw that the man was just staring at her blankly. She couldn't help but smile. Oh. How do you want to repay me? Chen Biue came back to his senses because of this sentence. He walked towards the wooden hut step by step. This time, the puppet didn't stop him. His face was calm, but his heart was beating fast. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked until he was in front of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin also didn't expect that the person she wanted to save to complete the task would be her lover. Chen Biue had already walked to Gu Xingyin. But he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to take a step forward. His whole body was in contact with Gu Xingyin's body. Then, he reached out and hugged her in his arms. How about I give myself to you? When Chen Biue said this, he was actually prepared to be rejected. He knew that his behavior was a little rash. But the moment his memory was suddenly restored, he couldn't suppress the desire that spread from the bottom of his heart. He was willing to follow his heart. However, Gu Xingyin didn't push him away. A minute later, Chen Biue, who realized this, was ecstatic. He tightened his arms until Gu Xingyin complained that he was too tight and made her uncomfortable. Let go. My arm hurts. Chen Biue smiled and loosened some of his strength. But he didn't listen to Gu Xingyin's words and let go of his arms. I'm so happy, Dean. I'm so happy. I thought you would refuse. Gu Xingyin looked up at his silly face and said with disdain, speak properly, or I will doubt my taste. Chen Biue immediately straightened his posture. His expression returned to its usual calmness, but there was a satisfied smile on his face. It could be said to be one of the proudest things in life when the person you like also likes you. He spent several months with Gu Xingyin in the forest and knew that the Qin family in the capital kept urging him to go back. Are you willing to accompany me to the capital? Chen Biue asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head without hesitation. Dean was not suitable to stay in a big city with a lot of people. She was born in this forest and grew up in this forest. Her future also belonged to this forest. Chen Biue didn't seem surprised by this result. He stayed with Gu Xingyin for a few more days. Then one day, he said goodbye to Gu Xingyin. Dian, I have some matters to attend to and need to return to the capital for a while. He did not hide it from her. He was the heir of the Chen family, and he had a burden that he couldn't get rid of. Gu Xingyin understood very well. A man would always have things that he couldn't give up, such as responsibilities and career. She liked him, so she couldn't restrain him in the name of so-called love. But, 5 years. This is the time I give you. She looked at Chen Biyue. After 5 years, you don't have to come here again. A woman was willing to support her lover for love. But she shouldn't sacrifice her whole life for the so-called love. Chen Biyue looked at Gu Xingyin for a long time and nodded. Okay. Chapter 1727. Chen Biyue left. There was no sadness in their parting. Gu Xingyin sent Chen Biyue out of the valley as if he was an old friend. After that, she deliberately did not allow the system to pay attention to Chen Biyue's news. She lived her life alone as usual. Occasionally, she would accept 1 or 2 people's requests and use her identity as a puppet master to do something for them. However, this time, not only did Gu Xingyin act according to his mood, he would also decide whether to help the person based on their request. A year later, her reputation was growing in a certain circle. Compared to her previous reputation of being evil and ruthless, it was much better. She refined the puppet doll again. The new puppet doll looked exactly the same as the previous one. Gu Xingyin also gathered countless yin spirits and dripped her blood on it. However, this puppet doll didn't have its own consciousness like the previous one. It was just an ordinary puppet. At most, it was slightly more powerful than the other puppets. After that, another year passed. One day, Gu Xingyin woke up and saw the puppet doll sitting up on its own without her command. When it saw Gu Xingyin, it did not even know how to walk. Instead, it used all 4 of its limbs to crawl towards her. Its eyes were full of admiration. Gu Xingyin was caught off guard by this surprise. She had given the puppet doll the name Jojo. She had hoped that it would accompany her forever. Another year passed. Chen Qiqi, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, finally could not bear the price of living in this world. One day, she wore her favorite dress and put on her most exquisite makeup. Then, she walked to a bridge in a foreign city and jumped off. She died on the spot. When Gu Xingyin heard this news, she did not think much of it. Didn't Chen Qiqi know that people who died in this way, no matter how beautifully they dressed up, would only see a bloody mess in the end? No matter what, Chen Qiqi's death meant that Gu Xingyin's mission was completed. When the deciduous trees in the valley sprouted new buds again, Gu Xingyin, who was collecting all kinds of materials in the forest, suddenly felt something. She straightened up and asked the system, "Is he here?" The system replied, "Yes, host." Gu Xingyin reached out her hand to cover her heart. She thought that after experiencing so many worlds, she was able to face anything with a heart as calm as still water. But when they heard the news, they jumped very quickly. In the end, she still couldn't transcend. After summoning the white tiger, Gu Xingyin headed towards her residence. From afar, she saw the man standing in front of her wooden house. It was exactly the same as when he stood in front of the wooden house 3 years ago. Hearing the tiger's roar, Chen Biyue turned around. He looked at the cold and beautiful black-robed woman on the white tiger's back and smiled. Then, he reached out his arm and caught the body that jumped into his arms. He hugged her tightly, as if he had filled all the emptiness in the past 3 years. "I'm just a jobless person now. Dean has to take care of me," he said with a light smile. Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. "Okay, serve me well and I'll take care of you for a lifetime." Their fingers intertwined together for a lifetime. Chapter 1728. As a puppeteer, Dean's lifespan was much longer than Chen Biyue's. After Chen Biyue left, Gu Xingyin buried him in a place with beautiful scenery. Then, he made a grave for himself beside Chen Biyue and laid in it. The last order she gave to White Tiger and Jiu was to fill up the hole in her coffin. When she left this world, Gu Xingyin seemed to hear dolls crying and White Tiger's mournful whimper. "Sorry, my partners." She closed her eyes and her consciousness fell into a deep sleep. "Even without me, you can still live well in this world for a very, very long time. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in space. Proceed to the next quest. Gu Xingyin did not even bother to rest as she directly said. Yes, host, the system replied. When Gu Xingyin opened her eyes, she found that she was sitting inside a big bus. There were 5 other people in the same bus as her, 3 men and 2 women. Gu Xingyin did not say anything as she directly received the storyline of this world. After receiving the storyline, Gu Xingyin could only say that the guts of these 6 people were really big. The 6 people on the 2 buses, including Gu Xingyin, did not know each other until a day ago. They were 6 adventurers from different places. This time, they had gathered together to explore a ghost castle deep in the mountains. Gu Xingyin ridiculed. This was completely the plot of a horror novel. If she did not read the storyline, she would have guessed that the 6 of them would encounter a series of bizarre and supernatural events in that ancient castle. If the story was more bloody, only 1 or 2 of the 6 people would survive. After reading the storyline, it was confirmed that Gu Xingyin's ridicule was completely correct. The storyline of this world really was such a terrifying plot. Gu Xingyin's body was called Ling Shi. After her parents died, they left her with an endless amount of property. Her hobbies were martial arts, adventure, and travel. Ling Shi, who was 25 years old, had once won the provincial Sanda competition. She could be considered the most powerful person in this group of people. As for the other 5 people, one of them was a couple. They were ordinary white-collar workers and adventurers. This time, they took advantage of the New Year holiday to look for excitement. The remaining girl, Qin Qingqing, was the target of this world's mission. She was a university student. The other 2 men were a horror novel author and a reporter. According to him, he wanted to write a column about the exploration of the ghost castle when he went back this time. Unfortunately, he was unable to return. Gu Xingyin looked at the 5 people and sighed in her heart. He really didn't know what these people were thinking. They knew that a lot of accidents had happened in Ghost Castle, but they still wanted to come out and get themselves killed. In the original plot, other than the supporting female lead, Qin Qingqing, the other 5 would remain in the movie forever. Qin Qingqing's outcome was not much better. She had gone crazy. Because she was scared out of her wits, she couldn't sense the outside world. Those ghosts couldn't affect her, so she was spared. Speaking of courting death, this Qin Qingqing was the one who courted death the most out of all of them. Originally, when the 6 of them first entered the castle, they had a chance to leave. There were already people who wanted to retreat, but all of them changed their minds after Qin Qingqing's provocation, ridicule, and encouragement. If she didn't know the storyline, Gu Xingyin would really think that this Qin Qingqing was a spy sent by Ghost Castle. Chapter 1729. Why did Qin Qingqing say that? Because at the beginning of the plot, when everyone had just entered the ancient castle. That ancient castle had an owner. The owner of the ancient castle did not welcome these outsiders at all. This group of adventurers had received a warning from the beginning. At that time, the white-collar couple was scared and wanted to retreat. However, Qin Qingqing dissuaded them, saying that adventures were more interesting when they were scary. The white-collar couple felt that it would be embarrassing if they could not even compare to a little girl. Thus, they gritted their teeth and continued. From the moment they entered the ancient castle, the 6 of them began to experience all kinds of bizarre events. For example, the ancient castle that had not been entered for many years was indeed clean and spotless. For example, there were 6 sets of tableware neatly arranged in the dining room. When the covered bowls were opened, there were bloody hands inside. At that time, even horror novel enthusiasts wanted to give up. However, Qin Qingqing still stopped him. She was also very scared, but she felt more excited. She even comforted everyone, saying that someone must have known in advance that they were going to explore and played a prank on them. Those hands were definitely fake props. No one dared to verify the authenticity of those hands. Under such circumstances, Qin Qingqing, who appeared to be very calm, actually managed to fool a large group of people just like that. In the afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, everyone heard the sound of many people moving around on the roof. Lengshi finally made the decision to leave. When they went upstairs earlier, they were very sure that there was no one inside. The only way to go upstairs was to go to the hall where everyone was waiting. However, just as she was about to leave, the castle's old gates slowly closed in front of everyone. The whole world was pitch black. An evil voice rang in their ears, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ancient castle's carnival." After that, it was a bloody journey. Gu Xingyin calmly finished watching and said to the system calmly, "If I ask the driver to stop now, can I?" The system replied with a white flash, "Host, unless you voluntarily request to leave this world and give up the mission, no matter what excuse you use, the 6 of you will enter the ghost castle according to the plot development." Gu Xingyin, as a qualified mission enforcer, voluntarily giving up the mission was definitely not her style. "Isn't it just a ghost castle?" Gu Xingyin took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'll continue." The system spoke again. "Due to the uniqueness of the plot this time, the host's mission has changed slightly." Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. The system said, "The ghost castle opens the gate of life once every 10 days. The host's mission is to survive these 10 days. Gu Xingyin swallowed with difficulty. "After all, I'm a human, and the other party is a ghost. Besides, I don't have to care about the others, right?" The system replied, "As for the others, if the host can save one more person's life, after the mission is over, the host will enjoy more gifts from the world." Gu Xingyin instantly understood. What he meant was that he didn't want to force her, but he hoped that she could save the lives of her companions. As if sensing Gu Xingyin's anxiety, the system said, "Due to the special nature of this mission, in addition to the ability to draw a skill, the system will also give the host 3 one-time gift packs to help the host complete the mission." Chapter 1730. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up when she heard this. The system never said useless things. That meant that if it said it would give something, it would definitely be something that would be extremely beneficial to the mission. She said, "Draw skill." System, "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Psychic Beast, Psychic Eye skill." Gu Xingyin, she had a feeling that although this skill sounded very useful, it made her feel even more scared. She couldn't help but ask, "What is the use of this Psychic Eye skill?" The system replied, "For this world, this skill is very useful. That means that the host can see the 3 realms and understand the yin and yang. Any ghost's disguise or illusion will not be able to cause any threat to the host." In other words, Gu Xingyin could see all the living things in the ghost castle. This knowledge made Gu Xingyin shiver uncontrollably. Just as the system said, this was a very useful skill. After all, most of the time, ghosts were best at creating illusions that were several times scarier than themselves to confuse others. But at the same time, this also meant that Gu Xingyin would have to face all the ghosts directly. Gu Xingyin finally understood why she was so scared. She never thought that there was anything in this world that she was afraid of, until she received this mission. In fact, Gu Xingyin himself didn't know why he was like this when he heard about the ghost castle. He was able to cut down zombies without batting an eyelid. She was just afraid. Gu Xingyin, who treated the system as a good partner, didn't hesitate to tell her partner, "System, I think I'm afraid of ghosts." System, it comforted Gu Xingyin, "Don't be afraid, host. I will give you 3 big gift packages." Gu Xingyin's heart was filled with hope. Then, "Ding, host, please check. Guanyin Soul Suppressing Palace has 5 cards. Effect, each card lasts for 24 hours. No ghosts can get close. Ding, host, please check. Received the ability to remain calm in front of ghosts and monsters. Ding, host, please check. Received a dagger that can harm ghosts." Gu Xingyin silently looked at the 3 skills. She could understand the first and the third one. One was used to save her life, and the other was used to counterattack. Both were good things. But what the hell was the second one? The system explained, the second skill means that no matter how terrifying the supernatural phenomenon is in front of the host will be able to remain calm. No matter how scared the host is, the host's aura will not lose. Gu Xingyin, wasn't he just trying to save face? She sighed, opened her eyes, and began to look at the people in the car. He put his hand into his pocket and felt a few pieces of paper and a hard object that was a little hard to grip. This was the big gift from the system. Gu Xingyin looked over and saw a couple leaning against each other sitting diagonally to her left. They seemed to be the white-collar couple. Opposite him was a young girl with headphones plugged into her ears. She was holding a pink Hello Kitty case in her hand and seemed to be playing games. As if sensing Gu Xingyin's gaze, the girl raised her head and smiled at her. This was Qin Qingqing. On Gu Xingyin's right, a fashionably dressed man in black was fiddling with his camera. When he saw Gu Xingyin, he raised his hand and took a picture of her. He even smiled at Gu Xingyin with a very friendly expression. Chapter 1731. This reporter was called Zhang Chao. He was the most popular person in the group. Reporters generally had high EQ. Zhang Chao was a straightforward person and had a good relationship with everyone. Of course, he liked to chat with Gu Xingyin the most. The best thing was to take a few photos of her. According to Zhang Chao, Ling Shi was born to be a model. She had good looks and a good figure. A few photos he took were the kind that could be on the cover of a magazine. On the left of Gu Xingyin, there was a man with glasses sitting in the corner, keeping a certain distance from everyone. He was the horror novel author, Qin Gu. Qin Gu was his pen name. As for his real name, Qin Gu didn't reveal it. Everyone had met by chance, so naturally, he wouldn't deliberately ask. Gu Xingyin thought for a while and said, "Did you bring enough food in your backpack? I'm afraid that if there's an accident, it'll be hard to say if there's not enough food." She herself only brought enough food for a week. The reporter was the first to speak with a smile. "I travel a lot, so I'm very experienced in this kind of thing. Don't worry, I brought a lot of compressed food. It's definitely enough." The horror novel author, Qin Gu, also said slowly, "My food can probably last for a few days." Qin Qingqing opened her backpack for everyone to see. Gu Xingyin was speechless when she saw a lot of book reviews, chocolates, spicy sticks, and the like. This girl, did she really think that she was here for a vacation? The white-collar couple also looked. The man said, "The two of us brought about 3 days' worth of food." Gu Xingyin frowned. In other words, this time, the 6 people, except for the reporter, didn't bring enough food. In a place like Ghost Castle, not to mention whether there was food inside, even if there was, she didn't dare to touch it. Looking outside, Gu Xingyin noticed that this was already the suburbs. There were almost no convenience stores or people. She walked to the front and asked the driver, "Brother, I want to ask, how long until we reach Ghost Castle? Will there be any shops on this road?" The driver was a middle-aged man in his 30s. They had spent a lot of money to hire him, but even so, the driver only dared to take them a few kilometers away from the Ghost Castle. According to the driver, that place was very creepy and he didn't dare to go near it. When they heard this, they were naturally even more excited. The driver opened his mouth and said, "About 2 more hours. There won't be any shops here. Let me think, there's a small village about 10 minutes ahead. I wonder if there'll be. I say, sister, there are so many fun places in the city. Why don't you go there? Why do you have to come to a place like this? Listen to Big Brother's advice and go back." He had already said this several times, but none of them took it seriously. Gu Xingyin thought, "I want to go back too, but the plot won't let me." She made a prompt decision and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to send us to that village first." "I'll give you more money then." The driver waved his hand. "That's not a problem. I'll drive you there." Gu Xingyin thanked him and returned to the car. She looked at the others and said, "We'll pass by a village later. Put down some unimportant things and pack more food." Qin Qingqing was unhappy after she said this. "What, it's just an adventure game. You're making it sound like an escape game. Other than food, there's only a game console in my bag. My snacks are enough to eat for a few days. Chapter 1732. Gu Xingyin looked at Qin Qingqing. Gu Xingyin, who had read the plot, knew that Qin Qingqing was the only daughter of a relatively wealthy family. Perhaps it was in such a family that she developed such a personality. She was not afraid of anything and felt that everything would develop as she expected. Actually, it could be called ego. Those who thought differently from her were all wrong. The novelist and the reporter did not speak. The girl in the white-collar couple also said, "Is there a need to be so serious? We've all brought food for a few days. It should be enough, right?" She also disagreed. This woman, who had been in the workplace for several years, was obviously much nicer than Qin Qingqing. Ling Shi's persona was not a warm-hearted big sister, but a straightforward young lady. She said, "I'm just reminding everyone that no one knows what the situation in the ghost castle is like. In the face of an unknown situation, being fully prepared is our biggest guarantee. Anyway, I've already reminded you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." Her almond-shaped eyes swept across everyone in the car. "I've already asked the driver to take us to the village. Whether you need supplies or not, you can decide for yourselves. But there's one thing that I want to say first. If, and I'm saying if, there's really an emergency and there's not enough food, please don't blame others for being selfish and not helping her." After saying this, she closed her eyes to rest, not paying attention to the different expressions on everyone's faces. Everyone was a little confused by her words. After all, they were all strangers who had just met. There was a layer between them when they spoke and did things. No matter how they were usually, they were all amiable on the surface. This was the first time they had seen Ling Shi speak in such a serious tone. Qin Qingqing's expression was a little ugly. She had a feeling that Gu Xingyin was targeting her. The reporter's expression was a little serious. He was good at reading people's expressions and had a good eye for people. From the beginning, he knew that the most reliable person in this group was probably Ling Shi, the hot and sexy beauty. He thought that he could still see through Ling Shi, but from the beginning, Zhang Chao felt that he could not see through this woman in front of him. His reporter's intuition had helped him through many crises. So this time, he made a decision, to follow Ling Shi. The horror novelist, Qin Gu, looked at Gu Xingyin a few times before lowering his head. Although Gu Xingyin's words were not pleasant to hear, she was right. There was nothing wrong with making ample preparations. The couple seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Soon, they arrived at the village. The small village looked very clean and tidy. No one was surprised to see strange cars coming in. Gu Xingyin was the first to get out of the car with her huge backpack. She looked at an auntie who was basking in the sun with her eyes squinted and asked, "Auntie, I would like to ask if you have a shop here." The auntie lazily raised her head and said, "Go to the right, the third house." She was actually speaking Mandarin with perfect pronunciation. Gu Xingyin was delighted. "Thank you, auntie." She walked towards the direction the auntie was pointing at. Behind her, Zhang Chao also got out of the car. The couple seemed to hesitate for a moment, and the man also came down with his bag. Only Qin Qingqing and the woman were left. Girls probably followed the crowd. The other girl also said to Qin Qingqing, "Qingqing, why don't you go and buy something too?" Chapter 1733. When Qin Qingqing saw that everyone had left, she was actually a little shaken. Hearing this woman's words, she hesitated for a moment before getting out of the car. The convenience store in this small village wasn't big, but it was enough for these people. Gu Xingyin looked at the things on the shelves and chose some easier to carry into her bag: energy drinks, purified water, chocolate, sugar, bread. They were all things that could maintain her body's energy and fill her stomach. She originally had some compressed food in her bag, which Gu Xingyin had kept. She glanced around and saw that there were a few books, an imported stereo, and a bunch of useless but expensive things in the bag. Gu Xingyin took them all out and threw them away. Seeing her like this, the few people who didn't think much of it all started to take it seriously. The moment Qin Qingqing entered, she saw Gu Xingyin throw her stereo on the ground. She exclaimed, "This is AWS stereo. It costs tens of thousands of yuan. You just threw it away like this? If you don't want it, you can give it to me." Gu Xingyin simply said, "If I were you, I'd think about how to fill my backpack with as many useful things as possible at this time. This stereo isn't of much use in that kind of place." She looked at the few of them and suddenly said, "If you're willing to believe me, prepare food for more than 10 days, everyone." After she said this, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. At this time, it was a sunny day outside with no clouds in the clear sky. The sudden clap of thunder gave everyone a shock. They felt that this clap of thunder was really strange. It came so suddenly, as if it was warning someone. Everyone thought of Gu Xingyin's words just now and suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Gu Xingyin's lips curled up into a smile. She knew that this was the law of the world detecting that someone suddenly made a sound and disrupted the rules, but it couldn't find the person behind the scenes, so it could only use this clap of thunder as a warning. The law of the world was no longer the one that could casually expel her from the world. No, it should be said that Gu Xingyin was no longer the Gu Xingyin who would be easily detected and rejected by the laws of the world. She tried to make another effort and said after some deliberation, "You might not believe me, but I used to learn some things from an old Taoist, such as divination. Our adventure this time is not very optimistic. If there's anyone willing to back out, it's still not too late." Before she could finish her sentence, a series of thunderous booms came from outside. Gu Xingyin smiled helplessly. Everyone covered their ears and waited for the thunder to pass. Gu Xingyin shrugged. "Do you see that? This is the so-called secret of heaven that cannot be revealed." As she spoke, she took another bag of bread and put it in her bag. At this time, the way they looked at Gu Xingyin was very different from before. But at this time, they didn't realize what the so-called not optimistic meant. Qin Qingqing even looked at Gu Xingyin excitedly and said, "Ling Shi, you're really too amazing. This is really too amazing. Right now, I'm extremely curious about our upcoming journey." Gu Xingyin glanced around and found that not only Qin Qingqing, but everyone's faces were filled with excitement and eagerness to try. She sighed in her heart. Indeed, even if she wanted to change something, she still had to experience what she had to experience. Chapter 1734. However, it wasn't completely without benefits. At least for now, no one had any objections to Gu Xingyin's suggestion. Even Qin Qingqing stuffed her bag full of food. When they went out, Gu Xingyin asked again, "Do you have flashlights and weapons for self-defense?" Although she asked this, she was mainly looking at Qin Qingqing and the white-collar worker. Both of their expressions froze. Gu Xingyin knew that these two people obviously didn't bring anything. Gu Xingyin sighed. "I'll say it again. We're really not playing a game. Are you really not going to consider going back like this?" In the end, the two of them bought 2 portable flashlights and found 2 iron rods from a farmer's house as self-defense. Before the car started again, Gu Xingyin asked again if anyone was willing to leave. It was very dangerous ahead. Everyone rejected this suggestion. Gu Xingyin completely gave up. As expected, the world's plot wouldn't let the plot go off track. She could only say, "Everyone, have a good rest." When the time came, there wouldn't be such a peaceful time. The car quietly drove towards a more and more desolate place. Gu Xingyin fell into a deep sleep and let the system call her at any time if there was a situation. She understood that when they reached a place like the ghost castle, let alone sleep, in such a tense situation, she might not even dare to close her eyes. Everyone was woken up by the driver. The driver stopped the car and said, "From here, keep walking. It'll take about an hour to see the place you want to go." The others didn't say anything. Qin Qingqing began to complain. "An hour? Won't we die of exhaustion? Uncle driver, why don't you just send us a little longer?" The driver stopped smiling. I told you in advance that I won't send you to the ghost castle. That's an ominous place. Qin Qingqing opened her mouth to say something, but Gu Xingyin stepped forward and took over the topic. Alright, the young lady is young and impetuous. Big brother, sorry to trouble you. When the driver saw Gu Xingyin, his expression softened a little. He sighed. Sister, I know you won't listen to anything I say. I wish you good luck. Gu Xingyin suddenly stopped the driver. Big brother, can I trouble you with something? The driver asked curiously, what is it? Gu Xingyin said, starting from tomorrow, 10 days later, can you come to this place to pick us up? The driver hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he really didn't want to come to such an evil place. Gu Xingyin put on a pleading look and said, if you come, I'll double the price. The driver was a little tempted. He said, when I come, when will you come out? Gu Xingyin hesitated for a moment before saying, 10 days later. The earlier you come, the better. She thought for a moment and added, if you wait until 5 in the afternoon and still don't see us, then quickly drive away. Don't stay in this place at night. Listening to her say such ominous words, the driver couldn't help but shudder. Other people's faces also changed. The driver quickly said, okay, I'll wait for you here 10 days later. Gu Xingyin nodded. Looking at the white minibus leaving, Gu Xingyin turned her head and looked at the unknown distance. Let's go, she said slowly. Behind her, several other people followed her and embarked on the journey. Chapter 1735. The group of people began to walk on the vast countryside. Gu Xingyin actually didn't understand why there was an ancient castle that looked like it existed in the Middle Ages in a place like this. However, this was the setting of the world's plot. The others didn't find anything strange about it at all. Gu Xingyin could only suppress her doubts. The sun in the west was getting closer and closer to the horizon. Gu Xingyin looked at the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. They had already walked for half an hour. They estimated that they would reach the ghost castle in another half an hour. 6 in the afternoon was when the sky turned dark. Gu Xingyin sighed. Even the time was set so strangely. It would be a waste of the plot if nothing happened. Qin Qingqing began to complain. It's so heavy. I'm so tired. Why do I have to carry so much? Gu Xingyin glanced at her. Qin Qingqing's pink backpack was full. It was full of food that Gu Xingyin saw she stuffed in herself. She was also holding a metal stick in one hand and sighing as she walked. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but say, if you really can't go on, you can rest here and wait for us. She meant what she said. To be honest, it was better to let Qin Qingqing stay here in the beginning than to let her go to the ghost castle to cause trouble. Although Gu Xingyin knew that most of the things in the original plot were set up by the plot, she still couldn't have any good feelings for a girl like Qin Qingqing. Qin Qingqing's eyes widened. How is that possible? I've already walked all the way here. Think about it. I spent so much effort and walked so far. I wasted my rare vacation to come all the way to this godforsaken place. How can I give up? She glared at Gu Xingyin angrily. She felt that this woman was always targeting her. Gu Xingyin sneered. Since you know that you won't give up, why are you still complaining here? Other than wearing down your willpower and making yourself more tired, complaining won't get you anything. Qin Qingqing rolled her eyes. I just like it. What can you do about it? When Zhang Chao, who was in the team, saw this, he hurriedly tried to persuade her. The white-collared woman also spoke nicely. Ever since Gu Xingyin had revealed her skills, she had begun to show signs of becoming the leader of the group. This group of people was going to take a risk. Naturally, they were not willing to offend someone with real ability. As for Qin Qingqing, she was the youngest here, so they were all willing to give in to her. In the end, Gu Xingyin and Qin Qingqing did not quarrel. Of course, even if those people did not stop her, Gu Xingyin would not have a conflict with Qin Qingqing. After all, she was not willing to waste too much energy on Qin Qingqing. The group continued walking. Soon, they saw the destination of their trip. In the distance, against the background of the gray sky, an ancient castle with black and gray colors appeared in front of everyone. Although it was quite far away, the antiquity and sense of age still assaulted his senses. The novelist took a look and said longingly, "This is the perfect material." The reporters could not help but pick up their cameras and take a few good photos. Qin Qingqing suddenly muttered, "Look at the sky above the ancient castle. Doesn't it look like it's black?" When everyone heard this, they took a look. It really did look like it. Above the steeple of the ancient castle, the sky really did seem to be different from the other places. It gave off an ominous feeling. Chapter 1736. The white-collared woman's face showed a trace of fear. But the novelist Qin Gu said with a smile, "This is because of your psychological reasons, right? Or perhaps, this is just a visual illusion. If you don't believe me, look carefully. Where is the darkness?" The few of them followed his words and looked again. Indeed, the sky above was no different from other places. Everyone laughed and joked that they were just being paranoid. Only Gu Xingyin did not laugh. Because what she saw was completely different from what the others saw. Qin Qingqing said that the sky above the ancient castle had a trace of black and gray, but in Gu Xingyin's eyes, it was not like that at all. In Gu Xingyin's eyes, the ancient castle in front of her, the entire structure, was completely shrouded in wisps of black fog. With one look, she knew that it was not a place that normal people would go. Gu Xingyin's expression became even calmer. "System, if I turn around and walk back now, is it too late?" "System. Host, you can try." Gu Xingyin turned around and walked away without another word. But after 2 steps, she turned around and walked back with an expressionless face. The others looked at her strangely. Zhang Chao asked, "Ling Shi, what's wrong?" Gu Xingyin said calmly, "Nothing, I just remembered that I seem to have forgotten something." This excuse was not at all sincere. Qin Qingqing sneered and said, "Our great beauty Leng, don't tell me you're scared." Gu Xingyin did not want to bother with her at all. She wanted to say, "Do you believe that if you saw the same thing as me, you would not only be scared, you would probably cry?" She gritted her teeth at the so-called world's plot. Just now, when she turned around and walked back, she clearly felt a strong resistance. With every step she took, the resistance on her body increased. She had no choice but to retreat. The system was right. Unless she gave up on the mission, she had no other choice. Gu Xingyin sighed slightly. Looking at the dark castle in front of her, she said calmly, "Let's hurry up and walk forward. It's going to be dark soon." A gust of cold wind blew, accompanied by Gu Xingyin's indifferent and emotionless tone, making everyone shudder. The 6 of them subconsciously moved closer together. The white-collared woman could not help but grab her boyfriend's sleeve. They continued walking forward. After 5 or 6 minutes, they walked to the entrance of the ancient castle. At this moment, the last rays of light from the sky disappeared below the horizon. Night began to cover the sky. The entire land was about to fall into darkness. Gu Shengyilin's footsteps. She really wanted to stop. Because in the instant when the sky darkened, no one else could see. Only she could clearly see the pairs of blood-red eyes on the pitch-black ancient castle in the dark night. Those cold blood-red eyes looked at the outsiders emotionlessly. Those sticky and bloodthirsty eyes made Gu Xingyin's expression even colder. Damn it, her expression did not change. She was as calm as Mount Tai. Gu Xingyin could not help but curse in her heart. They had already reached the entrance. At this moment, everyone seemed to sense a trace of fear similar to Mo Qian's. The white-collared woman was a girl after all. Her voice trembled. I'm a little scared. Why don't we not go in? Let's stay here and go back tomorrow. Chapter 1737. The white-collared woman's words struck a chord in Gu Xingyin's heart. She wanted to nod immediately and agree that they shouldn't go in. They would camp outside for a night and go back tomorrow. But she couldn't say that. Then, she listened coldly as Qin Qingqing mocked the white-collared woman. "TSK, don't forget why we're here. We're already at our destination, and you still want to back out?" As she spoke, she reached out and pushed forward. Creak, creak. The ear-piercing sound of the iron door slowly opening entered everyone's ears. Gu Xingyin's expression became even calmer, to the point of indifference. Qin Qingqing was still muttering, "I'm actually so strong." Gu Xingyin closed her eyes. "It's not that you're strong. It's that the thing inside is inviting us in." Since things had come to this, there was no use in running away. She silently took out the dagger that she had been keeping in her pocket. Holding it in her hand, she said faintly, "Everyone, take your self-defense items. No one has been here for many years. Who knows if there might be something unfriendly here. 2 of you, turn on your flashlights. The rest of you, keep yours for later use." As she spoke, she turned on her flashlight with one hand. Seeing this, Zhang Chao also turned on his flashlight. Gu Xingyin saw him take out a foldable Swiss Army knife from his backpack. Gu Xingyin praised, "This knife is not bad. You actually passed the security check." Zhang Chao smiled proudly. "Awesome, right?" Thus, the 6 of them used the flashlight's light to walk into the castle. After entering through the main door, they should be in the reception hall. Everyone slowly looked over with their flashlights and could see some things stained with dust and cobwebs. There was a huge rectangular dining table carved out of white jade marble. Judging from its length, it should be able to accommodate at least 20 people. There were lifelike statues in the living room, murals on the ceiling, and so on. These things might have been very beautiful and noble a few hundred years ago. But after such a long time, in the eyes of these adventurers, they had become things that made their hair stand on end. Gu Xingyin recalled the plot. It was their first night in the castle. There wouldn't be any real danger that night, but there would be all kinds of mischief. She knew that those pranks were just some residents of the castle who didn't welcome them. Tonight was the only chance for the 6 of them to leave the castle. However, the 6 of them didn't manage to catch him. "Ah!" The white-collar woman suddenly screamed. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Gu Xingyin calmly shouted at her, "Calm down." "What happened?" The white-collar woman buried her head in her boyfriend's arms and pointed at a place with a trembling finger. "There's someone there." Everyone's hearts clenched. The air seemed to freeze all of a sudden. This was an ancient castle that had been abandoned for countless years. Other than them, who else could there be? After a few seconds of dead silence, Gu Xingyin moved her hand and shone the flashlight precisely at the place the white-collar lady had mentioned. Zhang Chao held back his scream and let out a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said, "It's fine. It's just a statue." Only then did everyone carefully examine it. Sure enough, it was just a lifelike statue of an elegant and beautiful woman wearing a cream-colored waist-length dress. Her eyes were lowered as she stood there. Chapter 1738. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Qingqing patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. You scared me to death." She looked at the white-collar lady who was still in shock and couldn't help but complain, "I say, Sister Shuaiwan, you're already nervous in a place like this. Can you not scare people? Look carefully before you scream. I was scared to death by you." Gu Xingyin didn't care about Qin Qingqing's complaints. The moment the flashlight shone on it, her pupils constricted. That place, how was that a statue? It was clearly a woman wearing a white dress with a pale face. Oh no, it was a female ghost staring at them expressionlessly. "Gu Xingyin," she said to the system in a trembling voice, "I'm really scared." Speaking of which, she had been a ghost king before. But the feeling back then was completely different from now. Not to mention that when she was Lan Ling, all she saw were basically ghost cultivators. What were ghost cultivators? A ghost that could cultivate actually looked no different from a cultivator of the immortal or devil path. Even if some ghosts revealed their true appearance under special circumstances, she wasn't afraid because she could turn them into ashes with a wave of her hand. Moreover, those ghosts were all her fanatical admirers. But now, if the system hadn't given her the ability to remain calm and collected, Gu Xingyin believed that she would have started screaming at this moment. But under the powerful halo of the skill, even if she was facing a real female ghost, she could still remain calm and act cool. Gu Xingyin forced herself to look away from the female ghost indifferently. She saw that Zhang Chao seemed to be curious and wanted to go forward to study the statue, so she quickly said, "Don't go." Zhang Chao turned to look at her in confusion. Then, Gu Xingyin realized that the female ghost also turned her head slowly and fixed her gaze on her. Gu Xingyin. System. Her voice was trembling at this moment. The system calmly comforted her. "Host, don't be afraid. You know that this ghost won't hurt you tonight. At most, it will scare you. Just pretend that you didn't see it." Gu Xingyin, how could this be the same? The system hesitated. Then, why don't I take back your ability as a spiritual beast? Gu Xingyin thought about it for a moment, then decisively refused. The system, Gu Xingyin said, "Forget it. I can see them. Although I'm scared, I can at least know their movements. If I can't see it, I'll probably be even more nervous and scared." The system nodded. What the host said made sense. Gu Xingyin could only ignore the female ghost's gaze. She braced herself and said to Zhang Chao expressionlessly, "We don't know anything about this place. It's better not to touch anything." She took 2 steps forward and grabbed one of Zhang Chao's hands. When she turned around, she gave him a look. Zhang Chao didn't understand what she meant, but he knew that Gu Xingyin had some special skills. He quickly nodded, indicating that there was no problem. When Qin Qingqing saw this scene, she was a little unhappy. There were 3 men in this group. One of them had a girlfriend. Qin Gu was an otaku. He wore glasses and always had a gloomy expression. Only Zhang Chao looked bright and handsome. He also dressed very fashionably. It was easy for girls to fall for him. Qin Qingqing had some unclear thoughts about Zhang Chao. However, Zhang Chao was obviously more interested in the mature and cold Leng Shi. At this moment, when she saw the 2 of them, Qin Qingqing's heart was filled with anger. Before Gu Xingyin could stop her, she walked in front of the statue and touched it. It's not a big deal. Chapter 1739. Gu Xingyin watched helplessly as Qin Qingqing approached the female ghost and patted her on the back. Then, the female ghost seemed to be attracted by her. She finally looked away from Gu Xingyin and fixed her eyes on Qin Qingqing. Qin Qingqing didn't notice it at all. She even took out her mobile phone, turned on the backlight, and took a picture of herself and the female ghost together. Gu Xingyin saw that the female ghost gently put her pale hand with green nails on Qin Qingqing's shoulder. She shuddered in her heart. Then she said calmly, "Qin Qingqing, don't be stubborn. Come here." Qin Qingqing was dumbfounded. She just looked at her mobile phone with a pale face. Gu Xingyin couldn't help raising her voice, "Qin Qingqing." Her voice seemed to wake Qin Qingqing up. She screamed, turned around, and threw her mobile phone on the ground. Then she ran to Gu Xingyin without caring about anything else. Gu Xingyin watched as the female ghost glanced in his direction before her figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Only a real statue was left in that place. Qin Qingqing's reaction shocked everyone. She ran to the middle of the crowd almost in an instant and pulled the sleeve of Qin Gu, who was closest to her. With the help of the flashlight, everyone could see Qin Qingqing's deathly pale face. She opened her mouth and kept gasping for breath. It seemed that she couldn't even speak. Gu Xingyin suddenly reached out and patted her on the back. He called out her name sternly, "Qin Qingqing." This sound was like a clap of thunder in Qin Qingqing's ears, making her come back to her senses in an instant. Qin Qingqing blankly opened her eyes and looked at her companions around her. Suddenly, she burst into tears. In the silent darkness, Qin Qingqing's behavior made several people's hearts palpitate. The white-collar worker named Shuewan asked cautiously, "Qingqing, what's wrong with you? What did you see just now?" Just now, all of them saw that Qin Qingqing suddenly showed that kind of expression after seeing the photo on the phone. Hearing her mention this, Qin Qingqing choked on her words. She said with a trembling voice, that statue is not a person." Zhang Chao laughed and comforted her, "Of course that statue isn't a person. It's..." After he finished speaking, his voice stopped. Qin Qingqing wouldn't say something like that for no reason. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qin Qingqing said with a horrified expression, "That's not a human. That's a female ghost. After I took the photo, when I looked at it, it wasn't a statue that was standing beside me. It was a female ghost with a pale face." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. After a long time, another white-collar woman said with a trembling voice, "Qing Qing, don't joke around. We're in a place like this, don't scare us." Qin Qingqing shook her head desperately. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone yourself." She pointed at the phone that was still lying on the ground with a faint light on the screen. The few of them looked at each other, but no one dared to pick up the phone that was thrown on the ground. Chapter 1740. In the end, it was still Gu Xingyin who walked over. She hoped that what Qin Qingqing said was true. If that was the case, she would have a reason to convince these people to leave the castle tonight. Gu Xingyin was not particularly afraid of picking up the phone. After all, she had seen a real ghost. Why would she be afraid of a mere photo? She walked forward and picked up the phone on the ground. She glanced at it while she was at it. With just one glance, her heart sank. Everyone looked at Gu Xingyin nervously. When they saw that her expression did not change after picking up the phone, they all relaxed. According to normal reactions, if Leng Shi really saw a ghost, she would not be so calm. Qin Qingqing also stared at Gu Xingyin with wide eyes. She did not believe that she had seen wrongly. Gu Xingyin calmly walked in front of everyone and then pointed the phone screen at them. Everyone saw very clearly that in the picture, it was a photo of Qin Qingqing and a statue in a white dress. However, even though the lights were on at night, the surrounding situation still looked a little eerie. However, everyone could clearly see that it was just an ordinary statue. It was a false alarm. Shuewan smiled and said, "Qingqing, you were too nervous, so you were hallucinating, right? I really thought that you were very brave. Now, it looks like you're about the same as me." Qin Qingqing was a little confused. To be honest, she did not think that what she had seen was an illusion at all. It was such a real glance. Even now, she could still remember the female ghost's appearance. She was wearing the exact same dress as the one on the statue. Yes. Her face was also very similar to the statue's. Her pale green fingers were on her arm in the photo, staring at her faintly. How could that be an illusion? Qin Qingqing threw the phone out again. This time, the phone did not hold up. The light on the screen went out instantly. She did not know if it was completely broken or what. Qin Qingqing shook her head and said in a panic, No, what I saw was definitely not an illusion. That statue is a ghost. Unfortunately, her appearance was like that of a little girl who had suffered a great shock. The words she spoke were not very convincing. However, Gu Xingyin still wanted to take this opportunity to encourage them. I also think that this place is a bit strange. Why don't we stop here and go out? It was impossible for her to leave by herself, but she hoped that someone could leave. If she could complete her mission, the outcome would be much better. The moment she said this, Qin Qingqing immediately nodded. In the beginning, this little girl had always mocked others for being timid, but now, she was more eager to leave than anyone else. Zhang Chao hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, we didn't encounter any supernatural phenomenon, right? Don't scare yourself. I'm here to take risks. I don't want to give up because of such a small matter. Qin Gu also nodded. I also feel that there is no need to leave. The couple looked at each other. The girl, Shui Wan, seemed to be a little scared, but the man was obviously braver and was still eager to try. Then, everyone turned to look at Gu Xingyin. Qin Qingqing also looked at Gu Xingyin with anticipation. She hoped that Gu Xingyin could support her and leave with her. Gu Xingyin herself was very willing to leave. However, facing everyone's trusting gazes, she was crying in her heart. She said coldly, "I want to stay here." Chapter 1741. After Gu Xingyin's words, everyone basically made their choice. Except for Qin Qingqing, everyone expressed that it was not easy to come here, so how could they leave without any gains? Gu Xingyin looked at Qin Qingqing, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Qingqing, why don't you go out alone and wait for us outside?" Qin Qingqing looked at the gloomy environment around her, almost holding back her tears, and shook her head. "No, I'll go with you." If she went with the others, at least there would be someone to take care of her. But if she went out alone, who knew what would happen? Qin Qingqing understood very well. Thus, the matter was settled. Looking at the surrounding environment, Gu Xingyin said, "It's dark now, we're not in a hurry to explore. Let's find a place to rest for the night, and wait until dawn tomorrow to slowly explore. What do you think?" Although she said this, she knew better than anyone else in her heart. When dawn came tomorrow, the peace here would no longer be there. The real Azura purgatory would officially begin. The rest of the people looked at the gloomy environment, and in addition, they had been in the car for half a day and walked for so long, so they all nodded. Gu Xingyin looked around, found a relatively spacious and clean place by the wall, and sat there. The few of them lit up their flashlights and took out some food from their bags. Gu Xingyin also warned them very seriously, "In this place, you have to be vigilant at all times, especially your bags with food. You must be careful, and you can't make any mistakes." The few of them nodded. After eating, Gu Xingyin divided the 6 of them into groups of 2, and took turns to keep watch at night. "We don't know what's in this castle, it's better to have someone keep watch at night. I'll keep watch first, you guys go and rest." Gu Xingyin took out the dagger at her waist and said. Zhang Chao also volunteered, "I'll go with you." The white-collar man looked and said, "Then in 3 hours, you guys wake me and Wan up, we'll keep watch for the second round together." Qin Gu and Qin Qingqing were in the 3rd round. Everyone nodded. Gu Xingyin and Zhang Chao sat back to back while the others closed their eyes and fell asleep. Time passed slowly. Gu Xingyin could hear the long breathing of the person behind her. Apparently, they had fallen asleep after a long day of tiredness and tension. Her eyes were wide open and she was not sleepy at all. She was afraid that something would suddenly jump out from beside her. He really got what he wanted. Gu Xingyin glanced around and saw a young man of about 12 or 13 years of age suddenly appear from the opposite corner. The young man looked very delicate and cute, but his face was abnormally pale, reflecting a dim light in the darkness. He stood there with his back straight, his eyes flashing with a faint green light as he looked over. He was wearing very shabby clothes. The style was completely different from what he was wearing now. It looked like the formal attire of the nobles in ancient Western times. Gu Xingyin looked at the little brat calmly. Zhang Chao seemed to have sensed something. He shivered, rubbed his hands, and said to Gu Xingyin, "Ling Shi, do you feel that it's especially cold?" Gu Xingyin said in her heart, "A ghost is staring at you without blinking, of course you would feel cold." She could only comfort Zhang Chao, "Maybe the temperature difference at night is bigger." Zhang Chao nodded. After a while, he came over and said in a low voice, "Ling Shi, I still feel that this place is a bit strange." Gu Xingyin did not pay attention to him, because she saw that the little brat was floating towards her. Chapter 1742. Gu Xingyin watched as the little ghost got closer and closer to her. His legs were clearly leaning against the ground, but when he moved, she didn't see him move at all. His whole body was slowly moving towards the 2 of them. With this and the surrounding environment, Gu Xingyin was sure that no horror movie could produce such an effect. While she was nervous, Zhang Chao was still talking. As if to ease the tense atmosphere, Zhang Chao said half-jokingly, "Do you think we'll really meet a malicious spirit that has lived for hundreds or thousands of years in here?" Gu Xingyin, she wanted to say, "Yes, we've already met it." While Zhang Chao was talking, the little ghost had already arrived beside the two of them. At first, he stood in front of Gu Xingyin and then bent down. Gu Xingyin almost lost her breath. Because the little ghost bent down and stared straight at Gu Xingyin's face with his pale green eyes. Gu Xingyin didn't need to look down to see that the little ghost had already grown bronze-silver cufflinks. System. System. Gu Xingyin's voice was trembling in her consciousness. At this time, the only thing she could trust and confide in was the system that accompanied her. "I'm scared to death, it's too scary." Gu Xingyin's voice was even crying. The system calmly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, host. He won't hurt you. You just need to pretend that you can't see him." On the surface, Gu Xingyin didn't seem to be afraid at all. She sat quietly with a tense expression, as if she was thinking about something. Zhang Chao, who was sitting back to back with her, felt a little strange. Why did he feel that Leng Shi's body was so stiff? He asked casually. Gu Xingyin quickly turned her head with this excuse and heaved a sigh of relief. She made up an excuse and said that she felt a little cold at night. Fortunately, the little brat also felt a little bored. He got up and left Gu Xingyin's side. Gu Xingyin felt that her back was drenched in cold sweat. Then, Zhang Chao was in trouble. He suddenly shuddered and complained to Gu Xingyin, "This place is really cold. I always feel like I'm sitting in the cold wind of winter." Gu Xingyin did not dare to look back at him. That was because she saw that the kid didn't leave. Instead, he went to Zhang Chao's side. He seemed to be very interested in the camera hanging on Zhang Chao's chest. He was playing with the camera with his pale hands with long black nails. The little ghost's posture made it seem as if his entire body had shrunk into Zhang Chao's embrace. Of course he would feel cold. Gu Xingyin finally couldn't help but look back at Zhang Chao, who didn't know anything. He was just frowning because of the cold. She sighed in her heart. Sure enough, the ignorant were fearless. If Zhang Chao could see it, he would probably collapse if he saw a little brat in his arms. "What's the matter?" Zhang Chao asked in confusion. Gu Xingyin replied casually, "Nothing." Zhang Chao asked, "Then why did you suddenly push me?" Gu Xingyin, she suddenly fell silent. Zhang Chao seemed to realize something and suddenly fell silent. After a long time, Gu Xingyin felt that the sleeve of her coat was gently pulled. Zhang Chao's trembling voice came, "Leng Shi. Just now, you didn't push me, right?" Chapter 1743. Gu Xingyin turned around and looked at the little ghost who was standing beside them in boredom. She saw a faint handprint on Zhang Chao's shoulder. It was obvious that it wasn't her own. She tried her best to calm down and comfort Zhang Chao. "Don't scare yourself. It's not like that." Zhang Chao didn't think that the push just now was an illusion. But when he saw that even a woman like Leng Shi was so calm, he felt that his reaction was really embarrassing. He could only suppress that trace of fear and quietly wait for time to pass. The little ghost stayed here for a while and then left. But this wasn't the end of the matter. In the dark and fearful atmosphere, time always passed extra slowly. Zhang Chao raised his wrist to look at the time almost every few minutes. Then, he realized with despair that only a few minutes had passed since the last time he looked at the time. Gu Xingyin, who was looking at every corner of the hall, suddenly noticed that Zhang Chao's breathing became heavy. Something happened. Gu Xingyin turned around and hurriedly asked, "Zhang Chao, what's wrong?" This time, Zhang Chao's voice was really trembling. He pointed at the empty floor in front of him. Not only his throat, but his whole body was trembling. "Blood. The floor is full of blood, and it's rushing towards us." Gu Xingyin looked carefully. There was nothing on the floor. But when she looked up, she did see a woman wearing a pointed hat on the wall on the ceiling, smiling at them. But that smile, no matter how you looked at it, it was so strange that it made people's hair stand on end. Gu Xingyin. This group of ghosts really didn't give people peace at all. Zhang Chao couldn't help but take a few steps back, as if he was avoiding something. He just happened to trip Qing Gu, who was sleeping behind him. Qing Gu was groggily woken up and scolded impatiently. Then, he seemed to realize where he was. He hurriedly opened his eyes and picked up the self-defense weapon that he had been sleeping with. Then, he pulled Zhang Chao and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhang Chao was pulled awake by him. He pointed at the floor. "There's so much blood." Qing Gu was shocked. He looked in the direction that Zhang Chao was pointing at and shone his flashlight over there. It was completely blank. Where was the blood? Zhang Chao also glanced at it. The blood was really gone. Qing Gu probably knew that his companion was probably nervous, so he didn't scold him. He only said, "You must be too nervous, causing your body to hallucinate. There's nothing. Don't be afraid." As he spoke, he looked at the time and took the initiative to ask Zhang Chao to switch places so that Zhang Chao could rest for a while. Looking at Zhang Chao's current condition, it was not suitable for him to continue keeping watch. Zhang Chao didn't refuse. After Zhang Chao lay down, it became Gu Xingyin and Qing Gu sitting together. Qing Gu suddenly said, "I'm very curious. Leng Shi, I've been in the ghost castle for so long, but I've never seen you scared." Gu Xingyin thought, "That's because I'm afraid in my heart, and I can't show it on my face." But she couldn't say that out loud. Under such circumstances, she absolutely could not say anything that would weaken the morale of the team. Gu Xingyin said calmly, "Scared? At any time, fear is the most useless thing." Qing Gu looked at Gu Xingyin with a strange expression, as if he didn't expect a woman to say something like that. Chapter 1744. Nothing much happened in the following period of time. Gu Xingyin successfully changed shifts with the white-collar couple. She silently closed her eyes and lay on the floor. This was the last night of peace. In the future, no one would dare to sleep even if there was time for them to sleep. In fact, this peaceful was only relative. However, Gu Xingyin was sure that she would not be in any danger, so she reluctantly fell asleep. Perhaps it was because the rest of the people had better luck, but after that, there were no more strange occurrences. The next morning, Gu Xingyin was the first one to wake up from his sleep. She opened her eyes and sat up. Qin Qingqing and Zhang Chao were sitting back to back. Qin Qingqing had already fallen asleep with her head down, while Zhang Chao had a cigarette in his mouth. Obviously, he was not sleepy at all. This was the first time Gu Xingyin saw the whole picture of the castle. It was very big. He didn't feel it when he came here at night, but now, just the hall on the first floor was already a few hundred square meters. Inside, there were cobwebs, dust, and broken furniture, but he could still vaguely see the splendor of the past. Gu Xingyin looked to both sides. There were a few open windows high up on the wall. From afar, he could still see the gray sky outside through the windows. Gu Xingyin called Zhang Chao and woke the others up. It was the first time that everyone saw the castle in the daytime. Maybe it was because of the light, but the castle only revealed a heavy smell of decay. It was not as scary as in the dark. Qin Qingqing threw the fear of last night to the back of her mind. She said excitedly, "This castle is so big. It will probably take us a day or two to walk around." Zhang Chao picked up his camera and could not wait to take a few photos. He looked at the photos in the camera and was very satisfied with the results. The horror novelist Qing Gu was also very excited. Obviously, he had found some good material. Gu Xingyin looked at the aristocratic family on her watch and said, "Everyone, eat something first. After that, we will start." It was 5:40 in the morning. Everyone brought their own food, so they chatted and ate at the same time. When everyone was full, Gu Xingyin looked at the time again. 6:00 sharp. She took a deep breath and said, "All of you, stand beside me." Everyone was confused. However, Zhang Chao and Qing Gu both subconsciously stood beside Gu Xingyin. When the rest of the people saw this, they also followed suit and squeezed together. In the next moment, the world in their eyes changed. Those dirty, old, and rotten things seemed to have gone back in time in an instant. It was like an exquisite magic. Everyone watched the entire castle as if it had gone back hundreds of years and returned to her most beautiful and dazzling moment in an instant. The floor became spotless, and the murals on the ceiling became colorful again. On the dining table not far from everyone, there was a pure white tablecloth without a trace of dirt. On it, there were even a few newly bloomed roses in a crystal vase. All of this subverted everyone's imagination. What appeared in front of everyone was a luxurious castle comparable to a palace. No one had seen this kind of majesty, luxury, and splendor before. However, at this moment, no one expressed any amazement at this. Because this was too abnormal. Chapter 1745. Zhang Chao put down his camera. Such a scene that was beyond human control was beyond everyone's imagination. Qing Gu was the first to react. He suddenly shouted, "If something is wrong, it must be a demon. Everyone, get out of here." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked towards the door. However, before he could take 2 steps, the exquisite metal door carved with flowers and wild beasts closed in front of everyone with a bang. It was completely closed. At the same time. Bang, bang, 2 more bangs. The windows that were previously open were also tightly closed. All the exits that could be used to leave were sealed. As the doors and windows closed, the entire hall also dimmed. Such a scene made everyone's expression turn ugly. Qing Gu didn't believe it. He walked a few steps to the door and wanted to open it. However, the door seemed to be locked from the outside. He couldn't open it alone. Then, Qing Gu heard a hoarse voice, "Young man, do you need me to lend you a crowbar?" His whole body stiffened. Qing Gu paused and turned his head mechanically. An old woman in a black robe was holding a crowbar in her hand and smiling at him eerily. Qing Gu took a deep breath. Without saying a word, he ran towards the place where everyone was waiting. The rest of the people were also frightened by the old woman who suddenly appeared. Qin Qingqing said with a trembling voice, "You. Which one of you saw clearly where did she come from?" Zhang Chao was so scared that he even dropped the camera in his hand. Qing Gu ran in front of them as fast as he could in his life. He couldn't speak at all and could only gasp in horror. Fortunately, the old woman didn't chase after him. She just stood there with the crowbar in her hand and maintained a smile on her face as she looked at everyone. Gu Xingyin gently closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, everything in her eyes had changed. Those gorgeous and exquisite furnishings were shattered in front of her eyes as if they were a dream. The entire castle was still the same as when she woke up in the morning. No, there was still something different. For example, how was that old woman in a black robe standing in front of the dilapidated door? It was clearly a skeleton with ghostly flames in its eyes. In the hall, the exquisite statue came to life once again. That's right, it was the female ghost that took a picture with Qin Qingqing last night. She walked out of the statue. Gu Xingyin looked at the skeleton at the door and nodded at the female ghost. Then, at the corner of the wall, the youth's figure appeared once again. Gu Xingyin's face turned paler and paler. It was only daybreak. Was there a need for such a big fuss? At this moment, Qin Qingqing tugged at Gu Xingyin's sleeve. "Sister Lengshi, what should we do now?" Before Gu Xingyin could answer her question, the light in front of everyone changed again. The candles on the ceiling and walls were all lit up. Light and fire were supposed to bring hope to everyone, but at this moment, everyone couldn't help but shudder violently. Those flames were all dark blue nether fire. Where exactly are we? Shui Wan's voice already had a hint of sobbing. Gu Xingyin thought to herself, we're in a ghost castle. A ghost castle worthy of its name. Chapter 1746. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the Ghost Castle's carnival." Along with the strange voice, 6 delicate plates appeared on the dining table in the hall. Each plate was covered with a lid, so no one could see what was inside. Then, everyone watched as the white statues suddenly moved. She turned into a very beautiful woman in a white dress. Qin Qingqing suddenly screamed. She's the female ghost who took a picture with me last night." The woman seemed to be attracted by Qin Qingqing's voice and looked over at everyone. Then, she slowly moved toward them. That's right, she moved without moving her feet. Qin Qingqing couldn't help but run toward the back. Her movement seemed to have triggered a switch, and everyone ran toward the back. But the stairs were behind the female ghost, so there wasn't much space for them. Soon, they were forced into a corner. Unexpectedly, the female ghost didn't do anything. She only said softly, "Distinguished guests, the Ghost Castle has prepared a sumptuous breakfast for you." She pointed at the dining table behind her. But who would dare to eat such a strange thing? Zhang Chao said, "We just had breakfast. Can we not eat?" Gu Xingyin, who was standing beside Zhang Chao, could feel his body trembling. "Not eating?" the female ghost repeated softly. Then, she raised her head and revealed a sinister smile. As soon as she smiled, her fair face turned pale, her beautiful eyes turned a wretched green, and her sharp teeth were exposed between her lips. "Not eating?" Her sinister smile echoed throughout the ghost castle. "If you don't eat, I'll eat you." How big of an impact was it to see a ghost at such a close distance? Qin Qingqing's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Shui Wan's legs went weak, and she fell into her boyfriend's arms. But her boyfriend wasn't much better than her. The two of them fell to the ground together. Then, Shui Wan felt that she seemed to have pressed on something. She subconsciously turned around and saw a child with a pale face looking at her faintly. "Auntie, you're crushing my hand, ah." After Qin Qingqing, Shui Wan also fainted. Gu Xingyin noticed that the men around her were trembling. In fact, Gu Xingyin was very impressed that they were still able to maintain their sanity. If she didn't have the skills given by the system, she would have followed in the footsteps of Qin Qingqing and Shui Wan. This was not the time to back down. Therefore, Gu Xingyin looked at the female ghost calmly and said, "Then let's eat breakfast." The female ghost slowly turned around to look at her. She seemed to be very curious about how this human could remain so calm. Only the heavens knew that Gu Xingyin's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were gripping the dagger so tightly that his palms were almost bruised. Fortunately, the female ghost didn't say anything after glancing at her. Instead, she turned around to lead the way. Right at this moment, Gu Xingyin gave Zhang Chao a look and glanced at the dagger in his hand. Zhang Chao understood. When the female ghost turned around, he suddenly took a step forward. The dagger in his hand fiercely slashed at the female ghost's body. Go to hell. Chapter 1747. Ah! The female ghost let out a shrill scream. Everyone could see that Zhang Chao's military knife had cut deeply into the female ghost's flesh, but no blood flowed out. However, the female ghost's scream meant that this thing was still harmful to her. Zhang Chao was delighted. He made up his mind and spun the knife in his hand before pulling it out. The knife was clean, but there was nothing on it. The female ghost seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. She turned around and looked at Zhang Chao eerily. Her shrill scream resounded throughout the castle. As if responding to her scream, the entire castle was suddenly filled with countless ghostly wails and howls. For a moment, a chilly wind blew. Everyone's ears were filled with those hair-raising sounds. Gu Xingyin said coldly, "Wake the two of them up. At this time, no one has time to take care of people who have fainted." Just as she was speaking, countless bright and dark shadows suddenly appeared in every corner. Those shadows were all staring at them maliciously. Qin Qingqing had just opened her eyes when she was frightened by the scene in front of her and almost fainted again. However, Gu Xingyin directly supported her. "If you faint, none of us will take care of you." At that time, you will lie on the ground alone and be eaten by those ghosts who have been hungry for hundreds of years. Bit by bit, your flesh and blood will be eaten by those ghosts who have been hungry for hundreds of years. In the end, you will become like them. Qin Qingqing screamed, "Don't say it. Don't say it." Only then did Gu Xingyin stop talking. On the other side, Shuewan also looked at Gu Xingyin with a frightened face. Such a description was really too scary. The female ghost seemed to be the leader of these wandering ghosts. Her cold voice echoed faintly in the ghost castle. "These intruders will be our freshest food. I will offer their blood to the Duke to enjoy. The rest will be our most delicious food." There was a sound of agreement all around. The old woman at the gate said slowly, "But the Duke of this castle hasn't woken up for more than 1,000 years. Is it really okay for us to use his territory?" When they talked about the Duke, even their gloomy faces revealed traces of fear. Clearly, to these ghosts, the mysterious Duke who claimed to be the owner of this castle was an extremely terrifying existence. Unfortunately, these ghosts were using their own methods to communicate. Gu Xingyin and the other adventurers did not hear them at all. At this moment, they were nervous because of the approaching ghosts. Qin Qingqing began to cry. "I must be dreaming, right? This is all fake, right?" Gu Xingyin cruelly exposed her self-deception. "You're wrong. It's all true." She watched as the hole on the female ghost that Zhang Chao had stabbed earlier grew back on its own. It was as if ordinary weapons could cause damage to ghosts, but they were unable to truly kill them. Gu Xingyin was not the only one who saw this scene. Zhang Chao and the others naturally saw it too. It was because of this scene that they were truly in despair. How were they supposed to find a chance to survive in this hellish place? Chapter 1748. At this moment, Gu Xingyin's words gave them hope. "Don't be discouraged. We only need 10 days. We just need to hold on for 10 days. 10 days later, the gate of life will open." Her calm voice sounded in this ghost-infested area, pulling everyone's dispirited hearts back. Qin Qingqing looked at her in confusion. "How do you know?" The dagger in Gu Xingyin's hand flashed, and he cut off the arm of a ghost that was approaching him. The dagger looked small and seemed to be a sharp weapon that could cut iron like mud. Moreover, after the ghost screamed, a thick black fog appeared on its arm, and the wound couldn't heal. Gu Xingyin turned around and smiled at the 5 of them. "You just need to believe in me." In such an environment, in such a situation, if someone told you not to give up, the situation wasn't as bad as you thought. What would you think? The 5 of them didn't know what the others would think. But they chose to believe in her at this moment. They believed in Gu Xingyin and believed that they could win a chance of survival in this ghost purgatory. Even Qin Qingqing gripped the iron rod in her hand tightly. No one was not afraid of death. Who would be willing to give up any chance? If someone had told Qin Qingqing 2 days ago that she would pick up a rod and fight ghosts one day, she would have rolled her eyes. Qin Qingqing would have definitely rolled her eyes and suggested that she go to the hospital. But now, Qin Qingqing only regretted that she didn't take an extra weapon when Gu Xingyin reminded her. A person's potential was really limitless in a desperate situation. At least Gu Xingyin and the other 5 were able to resist this room full of ghosts for a while. However, that was all. No matter how powerful they were just ordinary humans living in modern society. There was no way they could compete with this kind of supernatural ability. Seeing a few hands suddenly reach out from the ground and grab onto Qin Qingqing, Gu Xingyin made a prompt decision. She threw the dagger in her hand towards that direction and quickly took out a triangular talisman from her pocket with her left hand. With a "pa" sound, she stuck it on the back of her left hand. A ghost tried to sneak up on Gu Xingyin from behind. The moment it came into contact with her body, green smoke began to rise from its hand. She screamed and quickly retreated, disappearing without a trace. "Stay close to me," Gu Xingyin shouted. They hurriedly did as they were told. Then, they realized that once they got close to Gu Xingyin, the ghosts could no longer get close to them. As long as they came into contact with him, they would emit black smoke and scream like normal people who had come into contact with flames. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Xingyin as if they had seen their savior. Gu Xingyin coughed dryly. Some self-defense items. The few of them stood close together. Gu Xingyin said, "Everyone, sit down. Pay attention, just stay close to me." Just now, everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme. Naturally, they all sat down obediently. After suffering a few losses, those ghosts seemed to have understood that there seemed to be something terrifying on these humans that they could not get close to. Most of the ghosts disappeared into the darkness. Only a few of them, led by the female statue, were still standing not far away, staring at them. Even if they knew that there was no danger, seeing those sinister and terrifying ghosts staring at them, this feeling was not something that ordinary people could bear. Qin Qingqing could not help but squeeze in again. She said in a trembling voice, "What should we do next?" Chapter 1749. The others were silent. To be honest, Qin Qingqing's question was exactly what everyone was thinking about right now. Including Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin asked the system to confirm that those ghosts would not be in the mood to eavesdrop on their conversation. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Let me tell you some information that I know." As soon as she said this, the others looked at her with hope in their eyes. Gu Xingyin said, "This ghost castle is now completely sealed off. In other words, don't think that you can run out of the gate. This place has been sealed off by a barrier. You can't get out." She ignored the despair in the other's eyes and continued, "However, it's not completely impossible. Every 10 days, the door of life and death will change. We will have a chance to get out." She raised her head and glanced at the 5 of them one by one. She said word by word, "So, as long as we can hold on for 10 days, we will have a chance of survival." Following her words, everyone's eyes lit up one after another. However, Qin Gu only looked at Gu Xingyin strangely. "You don't look very happy." Gu Xingyin said, "Because I only told you the good news and didn't tell you the bad news." As soon as she said this, she felt everyone's eyes gather on her face. Gu Xingyin smiled helplessly. "The worst news is," she raised her left hand. On it was the triangular talisman. "This talisman has a duration of 24 hours. I only have 5 in total." Everyone's expressions changed. This meant that they could only live peacefully for 5 days. In the remaining 5 days, they had to face the ghosts of the entire ancient castle. Thinking of the ghosts that surrounded her just now, Qin Qingqing's body could not help but tremble. "This is impossible. We can't hold on for so long." The others' faces were also filled with despair. Qin Qingqing started crying alone. "I regret it. I regret it. I shouldn't have disobeyed my mother and taken the money from home to come to this place alone. Now that my mother can't contact me and can't find me, she must be worried to death." Gu Xingyin glanced at the ghost that was attracted by Qin Qingqing's crying. She couldn't help frowning and scolding her, "Qin Qingqing, shut up." Among the 6 of them, Qin Qingqing could be said to be the backbone. Therefore, after being scolded like this, Qin Qingqing really did not dare to say anything. Gu Xingyin whispered, "What's the use of crying now? How many times have I told you to turn back and not come here? Did any of you listen?" When she said this, the others thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Along the way, Leng Shi had indeed told them not to come to the ghost castle several times. Gu Xingyin said faintly, "What we need to do now is to think about how to fight for more time. No one should give up until the last moment." At this moment, Qin Gu suddenly looked at Gu Xingyin. "I remember that along the way, you reminded us many times and hinted for us to turn back. Why? Could it be that you knew that we would encounter such a thing this time?" His gaze was fixed on Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin thought to herself, as expected of horror novels. Their imagination was indeed bigger than ordinary people's. Chapter 1750. The rest of the people also looked at Gu Xingyin, wanting to know her answer. They felt that it was very strange. If Gu Xingyin didn't know anything, why would she remind them again and again? If she knew everything, why would she still come to this ghost castle knowing that she would die? Thinking about it again, before they came here, Gu Xingyin told the driver that she would pick them up in 10 days. They all felt that Gu Xingyin's entire body was covered in a layer of fog. Gu Xingyin knew that there were some things that she definitely had to give an explanation for. She sighed and said, I remember that when I was replenishing food in that small village, I once told you that I learned some yin-yang profound techniques. Of course, everyone remembered. They still remembered the thunderbolt in broad daylight. Gu Xingyin said half-truthfully, before I came here, I had a divination. The divination showed that it was a great calamity. Qin Qingqing listened attentively and complained, since you knew it was a great calamity, why didn't you organize us to come here? Gu Xingyin glanced at her and sneered, touch your heart and ask carefully, Qin Qingqing, did I stop you? Qin Qingqing's expression changed and she didn't say anything else. Qin Gu spoke again, since the divination showed that it was a great calamity, why did you still insist on coming? Gu Xingyin sighed helplessly, the secrets of heaven can't be revealed. Since I used this matter for divination, it means that I've already gotten involved. Even if I don't want to participate, the heavenly Tao won't tolerate it. Moreover, you all heard the thunderbolt in the clear sky earlier. I can't tell anyone about this matter at all. So I can only try my best to prepare and hope that I can last until 10 days later. After Gu Xingyin said this, she let them leave. After knowing that they wouldn't leave, she asked a few people to prepare weapons and food. All of this was understandable. To put it bluntly, Gu Xingyin wanted to say something. It was fine if they understood because they didn't need to waste their breath. But even if they didn't understand, they still had to understand. Now, in this ancient castle, she, Gu Xingyin, was almost the most powerful force they could rely on. Gu Xingyin looked at Qin Qingqing. If you have any questions, it's best to ask them all at once. I'll answer you now. After that, I won't have the mood and time to do so. She said this mainly for Qin Qingqing to hear. After all, Gu Xingyin was amazed by the things he did in the original plot. She did not want to be implicated by her when the time came. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, Qin Qingqing's expression changed. She lowered her head and said, no problem. Gu Xingyin said, nothing will happen to us for the time being. Let's think about it and see if we can come up with a solution. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Everyone was racking their brains to think of a solution. But how could it be so easy to think of a solution? Now, what was in front of them was almost equivalent to a dead end. Gu Xingyin thought of countless repulsive ideas, but when she thought about it in her mind, she found that it was completely impossible. There was no solution. She raised her hand and looked at the time. Everyone, let's eat something first. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, everyone silently picked up their backpacks. A few people saw their backpacks full of food and thanked Gu Xingyin. If it weren't for her, they would have been carrying 3 or 4 days' worth of food. At that time, even if they were not killed by these ghosts, they would probably starve to death here.